Welcome to the Crashout.
Yo, what's good, man? We are on episode 16. Is it 16?
Yeah,
I
16.
forget every time, man. But nah, man, what's good, everybody? Got a special episode today. You know, I don't know if y'all have noticed. You probably have, but we are not on our usual scheduled date and time. And you know, there's a specific reason for that. But you know, appreciate y'all for being here. It's gonna be a crazy episode. Looking forward to it. I know y'all are too. But y'all already know I'm Nano Blaster, but most people just call me Nano. And excited for what we gonna talk about today, man. Mr. Sammy.
Hello, everyone, and as what Nano just said, welcome back. Normally, we would have a Wednesday podcast, but because of our guests, we made accommodations for them, rightfully so. I hope you guys enjoy this episode, and I'm excited. So I'm just ready to get into this. Caleb?
Yo. Speaking of accommodations, that girl who tried to sue Lyft would love us because we make accommodations for people. But yeah, what's good? It's motherfucking Caleb Black Flash, the #1 SPO, the speedster of Sonic Racing. Y'all already
He's
know
claiming it already, man.
This didn't even come out yet.
Yes, sir. What's poppin', y'all? What's poppin'?
Yes, sir, man. And you know, we do have some very important guests today. You know, let's get into it, man. Mr. Cedric, man, introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody already knows me, but my name is I'm Cedric, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me,
Yes, sir.
and thank you for accommodating to us. It's very much appreciated.
Of course, man. You know we had to, man. You know, we love that you guys are here, man. Mr. Nelissi, man. Introduce yourself.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Nadissi, as some people think. Cedric and I are not the same person. We are actually two different persons. So maybe we'll try to confirm it to you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that true? Like, is that a thing?
People thought that for the longest time that we were the
Yeah,
same
people
person.
did think that. Of course, we both have a Dutch accent, so that helped with it.
Yeah.
And,
Y'all both had each other's burners.
so we could stand in for each other, which is nice. But yeah, so been playing since season 1, since the Mike Doors terror, and have been home tournament since I think season 3
Season
or 4.
season 2, season 3. Yes, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so pretty quickly. We've had a lot of hosting, and it's always been fun. And glad to be here, invited on a time that's not 2 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Because, well, some people might think that hosting tournament is all I do, but I do have a job.
That's a lie, by the way.
He's an unpaid tournament intern. What?
Yeah,
You have a job?
paid intern. Yeah. I do have a job. So 2 a.m. on a Thursday is not ideal. So I'm glad we can be here this time.
Of course, man. If we had to, man, we had to come through for the homies, man. But, you know, obviously, we still got the last member of our podcast, but definitely not the least, Mr. Angel, man. Go ahead.
The Poppy of SPEEDSTORM. Yo, what's up, everybody? I see you, Ferrari, K Don, Sunny, awesome. Departed. I see you, all you guys. How y'all doing today? I know it's weird. It's actually weird. Like, I feel weird. like actually doing this podcast on a Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but yo, it's gonna be a fun one. We got the two legends, Cedric and Nelisi, the OGs, of the attorneys, and it's gonna be a fun pack episode, to actually talk to the masterminds of these tourneys, and it's gonna be a good one. So you guys got questions? You guys want to ask Cedric and Elysian? Right now is your time to do that. So without further ado, let's get this podcast started. Let's get the intro going on, and let's get it on and popping.
Yes, sir.
It's the Crashout Podcast. Buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100 drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest game and beat. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout Podcast, the best one yet.
All right, yo. Before we get to it, yo, Nick, thank you for that beautiful raid. Welcome in, Raiders. If y'all don't know, this is the Crashout Podcast with your hosts, me, Nano, Sammy, and Caleb, aka Khalib. You know, say no. Welcome to the Crashout. Welcome in, everybody. How y'all feeling, Nick? How was your stream? Yo, we got Sun Smiling here. We got Alley Cat, Moonflower, Elvis Child. You know, we got Cedric in here and Elise coming through. Romy Rome, and our special guest for today is Cedric and Nelisi, everybody. So how are you everybody doing today? This is the podcast we just started, so without further ado, let's get on and let's get it on and popping. Nano, let's go.
Yes, sir, man. So I know we usually start off with like some division stuff. Did we have any like division stats to go over or anything?
Kind of like
because I know most of the
week 5?
teams already raced already.
I am going to be so honest. I forgot to do week 5 because it was extended to 2 weeks, so I forgot to do it for this week. My
You're
apologies.
talking about top 10 then, I think,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
All right.
We did.
I
Was
apologize.
the Brazilian? No, when did we play the?
We played versus the Dons, and
Oh,
What's
the one
it called?
last week, Wednesday. Oh, yeah, they already talked about it. So.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
No, I don't think they were any.
We talked about it, but we just talked about the stuff through the site. I don't think we had the
Yeah,
top
yeah.
10.
okay.
yeah, no,
okay.
I didn't make a top 10 because there were still matches to be played. But then after those 2 matches the next week, I didn't think about it anymore. My apologies.
No, you're good. It's actually no big deal. I mean, you and Nelly be busting y'all ass anyway, so I don't think it's a problem. But I guess
Quick thing.
So, go ahead.
The part that said heads up, I got a spare Sonic crosswords code if you guys want to give it away. Hey, okay, so hey, let us know if y'all need a code.
Giveaway.
We
Yeah,
got some
man.
crash out giveaways.
If you got a
Okay,
PS5 and you want to play the Sonic game, there's a chance.
The first person to give out 50 gift subs to the Crashout Podcast.
We'll get a free beta.
Ishnik said he'll buy a PS5 right now,
Man, let
man.
me find out that you're pulling me right now. It's crazy.
That's crazy, man.
Learning from you, Angel. What are you doing?
Yo, people pretty hyped about. It seems like the community is pretty hyped about Sonic Crossroads, so I think that's a good thing, actually.
I think it is too. I was watching YouTube videos, and a lot of the people are hyped for this game. Like a lot of the Sonic fans, and then kart racer fans, like they're all really hyped for this game. Like I've seen videos from a lot of content creators. They got a lot of views on this, or Speedstorm might, Game Love might actually want to, take notice because there is a lot of people really like hype for this game.
Speaking of Sonic Cross Worlds, I guess this would be like a perfect time to ask, man. But do any of our guests plan on playing the game?
I mean, I'm waiting for my PlayStation to get delivered, but
I will be playing it. I'll be playing and streaming it after the podcast. So if you guys want to watch,
Yeah, I think I will first look at those streams and see if it's up my alley. Because
Be watching your stream.
Really, the only karting game I've played is this game, SPEEDSTORM. So I'm not really a karting game player actually.
yeah, you're pretty good at the game.
Is this your first kart racing game?
Yeah, I've played some Mario Kart, but at the party with some friends, and then I get seventh or something. But the actual proper first game I've played. Yeah.
Well, after going against you a lot of times in divisions and World Cups, I can definitely say you're like a top tier motherfucking player. So if you're good at this game, you definitely.
Mario Kart, it's completely different. I feel like Mario Kart's so much slower, and
it is.
Yeah.
That's why they had to have 200cc because the 150 is a little casual. It's a little calm, like 60 miles an hour, however fast it is. It feels like you're going fast because the tracks be so small.
But honestly, you probably was only getting seventh in Mario Kart because you probably wasn't playing it as heavily as this game. But if you played that game heavy, you probably could have been goated at that game too.
Yeah,
so.
maybe that's true. But I do know how to take a line and all that. Yeah, I've played real racing games like proper racing cars like Formula 1 and stuff. But
okay.
Not really the karting ones.
Bro is saying that this isn't a proper racing game.
It's a proper racing game. It's a kart racing game.
I will say, what's crazy?
As well.
Yeah, real life karting, you definitely got to learn your damn lines in some real life karting.
Yeah.
I will say though, the difference between SpeedStorm and Mario Kart and somebody who's competing Mario Kart, the handling is low key worse. Each vehicle kind of has a certain turn pattern. There's some wide turning vehicles and there's some in turning, and that's just what they are. But in Speedstorm, it's just once you get your handling up on certain characters, you can just pretty much take any line. You have a little more control.
Yeah,
so
there's no bell on Castle on Mario Kart. You can't compare it. It's the most satisfying feeling in the game, but you can't replicate that in Mario Kart.
That's true.
Which is sad.
But yeah, I will say since we ain't be going over all the stats and divisions, we do have divisions news. I believe we finally have a date for the final for season 2 of divisions. That will be this Sunday, if I believe right.
Yes.
Is it at 2 p.m. EST?
Yeah, true.
And so this Sunday at 2 p.m. EST, we will be having the Dons of Speedstorm versus the Brazilians for the title of division. So that should be very interesting to see who's going to win that. It could go either way. Both very strong teams. This was probably one of the hardest seasons of divisions. We were, it didn't look like. It looked like we were doing terrible, but it's not that we were necessarily doing terrible. But our competition was just that elite this season.
That's facts.
Some teams that we beat in the first season beat us, as well as the Brazilians. We beat them first season. They beat us second season. The Lowland Thunders, we beat them first season. They beat us second season. So a lot of teams leveled up. So it was rough. So
yes, sir. A lot of powerhouses in the rivals divisions, man. So
yeah, they're our guest team, the Lowland. They were actually pretty close to making it to the final. I think they just missed out by a little bit.
Yeah,
Brazilian.
Yeah.
Against Brazil. Yeah, we filmed against Brazil.
Yeah, once again.
10 points or something. Yeah, not many, but it was just enough.
Yeah,
now we have another
close,
powerhouse on the team, so we'll be next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Dang, man. So I guess I don't know. So I guess we could like do some like how do you guys think the finals is gonna go? Because I know I feel like a lot of people will say, well, it will probably like have the Dons winning, but if we saw anything from last divisions, I mean, when it came to the finals, it was actually separated by single digits. So, do you think something like that could happen again? Because I think the having 20 races actually plays a big factor into that.
I think the Brazilians have more of a chance the more races there are. Because I feel like the Dons, they're a team that they start off strong. And not that they get weaker, but they start strong. And then if you get behind, like let's say they sweep you early or get 3 in first, second, third early, it's kind of hard to catch up. But like with 20 races, like if the Brazilians hold it together, I think they have a chance. I think they do, but we'll have to see how things go. It's gonna be hard, but I think they're capable. Yeah, I think the more races benefit the Brazilians.
Yeah,
more than
usually it
anything.
benefits the better team skill-wise, but I
Yeah.
think Brazilians play better together and they practice a lot more. So as there are more races and they need more characters, I think they know better who to use where than the Dons do. And that will play a big factor in the final because where are you gonna play your King Candies and your Hortensias? It has to be somewhere. And where are you gonna take that L or that hopefully 7th or 6th place? It all comes down to that in the final. They can all race perfectly well. They know all the lines, all the tech. It's about who picks who on which map, I think.
Yeah. I also have to say, of course, I have to preface this with probably saying I think the Dons are a lot better than the Brazilians are. They're a lot better than any other team. So most likely the Dons will win, but just how the teams are, I think the Brazilians. I think the Brazilians are a bad matchup for the Dons because, in my experience, the Dons are just like us. The Rolling Thunder's a pretty passive team, and that we like to play our own game and just win that way. While the Brazilians are very aggressive, and I know us playing the Brazilians, an aggressive team really gets in the way of course, trying to play your own game and see what happens. And I think if any of the teams are going to take over the Dons, I think the Brazilians might have the best chance to do so.
Okay, that's very interesting insight because it's funny because the Brazilians definitely are aggressive, and funnily enough, our homie Sammy here, when he played them in the World Cup, that's what he was telling us. He was like, "Yo, these guys, they're just playing too aggro, man. Like they just always looking for the Rams and disruption is crazy." So he was on point, man.
Yeah, had to learn that the hard way, unfortunately.
Nah, man, but shout out to Brazilians and the Dons, bro.
I will say, if the Dons aren't on their P's and Q's, Brazil will out tech them in that race.
Yep.
That is a possibility as well, man.
Yeah. That's if they're not on their P's and Q's. Now the Dons usually are on the P's and Q's, but yeah, if they're not, the Brazilians definitely will swoop in and take advantage of that. So I agree.
What kind of fast times they have with certain characters on tracks.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, let Wolf cook. He might be in a hyperbolic time chamber with the Brazilian team right now.
Oh no, Wolf.
Wrap it up,
Knowing Wolf, he probably trying to like they heavily like training, man. Like,
oh yeah,
this is the time, bro. Like this,
Yep,
like I don't know if
practice.
you guys saw. I don't know if you guys saw, but when I was watching Brazil go against the Dons and I was spectating Wolf, you could just see like how badly he wanted to win. Like every time they would like fall short in a race, he would like you could just see it on his face. Like, damn, like we're not supposed to be doing this, or like we we like messed up here is giving him points and stuff. So I know he's gonna be trying to clean up a lot of stuff. So it's I think it's gonna be a very exciting match. I actually can't wait.
Also, speaking of Wolf, just to give everybody righteous flowers, One Wing Angel was hosting a family cup, and I believe it was like a preliminary round, and then there was a final. And Wolf, I believe, won One Wing Angel's most recent family cup, and that was against players like me, Angel, Toxic, Falcon. Who else was in it?
Ferrari.
Sandbox, Ferrari.
Yeah, Sandwalks, and then we're like, yo, this is probably the sweatiest final I've ever been on, because it's literally like the top players that you could think of all in an 8-man lobby. It was insane.
So the fact that Wolf, was able to hold his own and show up on top against people who won previous solo tournaments and shit, so it just shows you that Wolf is definitely he's on point. So yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. I'm excited to see each team and each player on each team bring out the best of their ability.
I'm a bit worried about Wolf because we have this regulated time trial right now. And you may have noticed there's like 25 players with BRZ in the top 30.
Hold on, what?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I'm
didn't
on
see
the
that?
game right now.
Oh,
Let me.
man. I don't know if it's like that
top-
right now, but like when
Yeah.
it first came out, all you see was BRZ, with I think what was
top
it,
10.
Ferrari #1, was it?
Yeah, he's still number one. Ferrari's still
Yeah,
number one.
Ferrari's still number one.
because-
Basically, it's just that the top 10 is Ferrari on top. Then you have three Brazilian accounts. Then you have me, and then you have 5 Brazilian accounts.
And those Brazilian names are somewhat unfamiliar, and one of them is the girlfriend. Is his girlfriend.
Yeah.
What? One of them is his girlfriend?
Damn.
Yo, he was
not messing
lying,
around.
bro. Yo, he said
yeah.
he said he was
I
gonna
think he's
make
spending
his.
a bit too much time on this track, on this track
Damn.
altogether, instead of practicing final. So that
Yeah,
might hurt him in the long run.
this track is one of the maps on the
But
finals.
if he loses,
Oh
on
my
this track,
gosh.
he's finished.
Damn. That's funny, bro. Like he said, he told us
Give him 6
he-
months.
he was gonna make his girlfriend into the best SPEEDSTORM, woman, man. And
Yeah.
I ain't
might be
gonna
onto
lie,
something.
man.
Yeah, she definitely already has a better time than Wolf. I'm 100. On a very
Dang.
tech-heavy time trial, this is not an easy time.
Wait, hold on. Which one is her?
Grid.
Dang, that's insane, man. I don't even know if I've seen half of these names before.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they just appeared
That's
out of
crazy.
nowhere in these time trials. It's like, okay, damn, how many Brazilians are there?
Yeah, we could
Damn.
find the Brazilian teams and divisions. For all,
Like you could fill a whole like digital bracket of just Brazilian teams.
they could have an own division. Yeah.
Well, it's just going to be a Brazilian tournament.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yo,
think we'll
the
be a
World Cup,
Brazilian
the
division.
World Cup is gonna have multiple Brazilian teams.
World Cup is going to be filled with half of Brazil.
Exactly.
It's going to be Brazil versus the world at this point.
That's why
Yeah, no, guys.
Wolf is nice to have in the organization as well, because he has taken so many people into competitive Speedstorm. All of Brazil is now in the community.
Yes. yes.
Massive country, one that we definitely needed, and hopefully we'll find more of those countries that can join us.
Mhm.
Even though we already have 18 teams again, I think. So you don't want to go too large. But,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I will say this, since you guys are here, man. It's pretty much in Disney Speedstorm since the game's launch. The official Disney Speedstorm team hasn't came out with any tournaments, but the community has. And one of the people who was, coming out with tournaments right when this game started, I believe, was Nalissi. I think all of this tournament stuff started with the Epic Cups and stuff. I think you were one of the first people. You weren't the only one, but you were one of the first people to host, big tournaments for the
I think
game.
Seth and I always did it together. I think,
You okay?
one
So
day
Cedric and you.
I want to host tournaments one day, and Seth and I were one of. You would be surprised, but we were once one of the more active streamers on this on this game.
Oh yeah. I
One
was I was unironically at some point together with Maxi and Silent, the biggest SPEEDSTORM streamers there were in this game.
Yeah, precisely.
I fell off big time, and so did Maxi and Silent, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be looking at I'll look at your Twitch and I'll be looking at your suggested streamers and it'll be like Maxi and Silent. I remember thinking like, do they play this game? Do they
Not
stream
anymore.
Not anymore, no.
So
But,
yeah, it does look like y'all used to stream a lot. But yeah, I guess tell us about how you guys started your first tournaments and how you feel like the tournaments have progressed since the beginning.
Yeah, so how I remember it, so at first, so in the beginning of the SPEEDSTORM, I and a couple other people who were Dutch had like a small Discord server where we would talk, and then we added Nelis to it. And at some point, Nelis sent in the Discord, "Hey, I have a tournament idea, but I need someone who would help me." And I said, "Hey, bro, I want to help. I'll be down." And then from there it started. Basically, Nelis, of course, already had everything prepared because he is just that guy, And
I usually do have the formats in my head.
yeah. And then basically I help on the technical side everywhere. And I was like, hey, I have an idea for a logo. What if we just take your red panda and I make it a robot for me? But apparently I made the red panda way too obvious and the robot part not, because everyone thought it was just Nails' tournament and I didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, that's how it started. And
I think we started with Duo Cups. It wasn't even Epic Cup. It was just called the Duo Cup at that point. We just let people sign up with a team or with a partner, and then we put them into one lobby. So you had 4 duos in a lobby, and then you could progress to the next stage if your duo did the best. And we quickly figured out that people struggled to find a partner on this game, or at least a team on this game.
Mm-hmm.
And so the signups weren't that great, the numbers weren't that great.
Yeah,
so we tried out solos and then duos with the Epic Cup. That worked a lot better.
Yeah, I think the Duo Cup we lasted for like 2 months, maybe. I think until it fell off very hard. Like at the end, we were quite literally begging people to join, so we would have enough people. And then we took a break, and then we tried the first solo and then duo in the finals. That was like 3 months, I think it lasted. No, probably not even. I think also 2 months or something. And then we also had to stop that.
Yeah, the problem we faced in both those cups is that
Maxi and Silent played.
Players like Maxi, Silent nowadays, that will be Toxic, Falcon, some of you guys. So those guys were dominating the whole scene at every tournament, and we didn't differ in any way in skill level. So that's why more casual players just got scared away from it. We already see that with the solos now in divisions as well. And that's why in the end it didn't work out. You just had the same 8 racing every week, which is fun because it was on a high level against most sweaty players in the game, but it's not really what we wanted, of course. We want the tournament to grow.
That's what I remember. Because there are people telling me that, you guys were hosting tournaments, but then I was like, I want to join. But then I guess I was like, it was too late for me to join at the time because y'all already kind of had everything set up. So I'm like, all right, I'll just wait for the next one. But I do remember somebody saying that some people like eventually stop like joining because like, they're like, oh, well, Maxi or like you said, Maxi and Side, they keep winning. So I have no shot. So they just, just wouldn't continue, I guess, to compete, which I think that's unfortunate. Like you should be able to, like I don't know if people get tired of seeing the same person win, but like I'm someone who's like I like testing my skill against the best. But I guess like especially like there was no money to enter the tournaments, right?
No, the very first one, the Duo Cups did actually have they did actually have prizes.
Oh, that's
you
dope. See, hey, that's dope.
where you would get where you could win Steam gift cards and stuff like that.
Hey, that's dope.
Okay.
I
Oh
think
yeah, oh yeah, we had the grand final. That's true. Yeah,
Yeah,
we had
yeah,
to play well for 4 weeks,
Exactly.
and then we had one grand final with all the best players. And
Yeah, so
we put them in duos, and then
Yeah. So basically,
Yeah,
how it
that
worked,
is-
you had like 4 weeks, I think, or 3 weeks, and the winners of every week, they would be given a guaranteed spot in the grand finale. And then if they weren't guaranteed, if the guaranteed spots weren't filled out, then we would just add players in who had the most points in all of the tournaments combined with that. And then the winner of the grand finale, which is basically just the same tournament, but then with only the winners of every single week. The winner of that would gain a prize, which was on the wheel. And it was like a Steam
I
gift
think,
card or an
all-
Xbox gift card, stuff like that.
all finalists got a prize.
Oh yeah, that's true.
or-
Yeah,
or
yeah. And based
multiple
on where you
prizes.
ended,
Ooh, okay.
yeah, and
Yeah.
based on where you ended, you got you got. Yeah, it's true.
Like if you were first, you could pick a prize from the wheel. You didn't have to spin. Just pick one that you liked, and then second place had to spin, but had to respin if you didn't like your
Yeah.
prize. And then third place just had one spin, and you.
Yeah, exactly.
that
And the
was-
fourth place didn't get anything. That's how it was.
Yeah. That was. I think that's how.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also remembered that that's because One Winged Angel started to join at some point, and so the second version where we started as solos, and then in the finale you became a duo. One Winged Angel and I were a duo so many times, but I think out of like the 7 tournaments we did or something, I think One Winged Angel and I were like 4 times a duo. And so, as a host, my prize would be that I didn't have to buy a Steam gift card for myself. So that
that was our prize indeed.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I think-
okay.
Yeah, I think Prize is really, that's a great initiative because, we want to race with bragging rights, but then having a little extra something, it never hurt. Yeah, so, hey, I definitely compete. I think sometimes with tournaments, some people don't compete. If it's like a tournament where you got to pay like $5 to fit in for like a big pot, I can understand. Because I think like, I've been to some tournaments like that when you win and then you come back next week or the next tournament, you win again. And then some of the people you beat, it's like, man, I ain't giving away, I ain't throwing away my money. But the fact that y'all had some prizes or whatever, I think that's dope. Hey, maybe we can bring that back. Maybe we'll see. But I will say it does kind of seem like the hierarchy of this game or the legend status, or a lot of players got their clout from you guys' tournament. So like when people think who's the best player, who's the best female player, who's the best male player, oh Giselle, oh Maxi, like I feel like a lot of these people kind of got their acknowledgement from, the tournaments that you guys held, the Epic Cups and stuff. How do you guys feel about that? Would you guys agree? Or
I
what?
think our target audience has always been the sweaty
Yeah.
part of the community, even if we don't necessarily want it. It just happened. You saw that as well with the World Cup when it all crashed down. We started it, and then suddenly many OGs started joining that joined our tournaments before that weren't in the previous World Cup, making it a lot harder than the World
Yep.
Cup was supposed to be. So I think it's just
Yeah.
something that comes along with this, and indeed, people look at the tournaments and see who's doing well there, and they have their conclusions after seeing those results. And your top 100s lists are probably based on tournaments as well.
Mhm.
And so
Yes,
how do I
sir.
feel about it? It is an honor to have all great racers, of course, in the tournament. That's what we want. And it was, I don't think it is the problem that every week the same players are winning. Like in the Duo Cup, I think the biggest problem is that we're putting Maxi with someone that has played the game for a month and just gets stomped every race. That is the issue
Yeah.
that we have here. And that's what we try to solve with divisions. And so far, so good.
But yeah,
Okay.
I do have to say, I with the question, I don't necessarily agree that it's right to still put as much weight on the how things were in the Epic Cup, because of course the game has unironically evolved a lot. Like string shots were the thing at all back then, for example.
Mhm.
But especially at that time, it was the only way to prove yourself, basically. So, like, if you were winning the Epic Cup consistently, like for example Maxi was, yeah, it was the only time where you could prove yourself, because ranked didn't even then also already didn't mean that much anymore.
It
So
mattered
yeah, if
more.
you were,
Yeah.
it meant more than it does now, definitely. But even yeah, but yeah, if you were winning the Epic Cup consistently back then you were just seen as the best, because it was the only way to properly prove yourself at that time. And I understand why people are still taking examples from that, but like I said, the game has changed, in my opinion, a lot since then. So do I agree that, like, for example, let's say I was like, I think Leno said it at some other point. I was in getting the dev group a lot in the Epic Cups, and I was getting out of them consistently. Does that mean that I think I am still one of the best players like I was then? Not necessarily, no, because like I said, the game has changed so much, and a lot of players who played then are not playing anymore. So yeah.
Yeah,
Do I
don't know,
agree?
Cedric. I want to say that because one of your races in the divisions, this last division, dude was playing that trickster. You was going crazy.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with Mr. Angel. Mr. Van Persie, I think I am a very good player, but that doesn't mean, but like back then I wasn't in the I was getting stomped myself by a lot of players, but I was, in my opinion, back then in the top 10. I don't necessarily say that I'm now, for example. So I understand why people are taking drawbacks from the Epic Cup. Like sometimes it's all you have, but that I also wouldn't say it has like as much weight as it used to have like a couple months ago. If that makes sense.
Oh no, I agree. I miss those Epic Cup days. Me and Cedric be on a team. I know the one time we literally got destroyed off of disconnects more than anything else. Yeah. Like we were actually doing really well as a team. Like we could have won that, but we got, like, I think Cedric DC'd twice, I DC'd once. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, that was before they kind of fixed the private lobby. So yeah, you used to disconnect all the time in private.
Man, it's crazy, man. The Epic Cups, man. I'm not gonna lie, they bring back memories, because the Epic Cups are actually how I got into competitive SPEEDSTORM. So, you know, it was I know competition is obviously different like now than it was back then, but there were still some very like strong races in them Epic Cups, man. Those were not easy to be in, especially if we had like a good turnout. It was pretty sweaty, man. Some of the sweatiest races I've been a part of, especially in like the beginning. So, it kind of like shaped my love and my drive for competitive SPEEDSTORM. So, I definitely
agree,
give the
man.
Epic Cups hold a special, they hold some sentimental value for me personally.
Same here. I mean, that's how I got to know a lot of the people in the community. A lot of you guys was because of the Epic Cups and, the competitive tourneys and whatnot. I mean, I look back, I'm like, man, the Epic Cup days, that was back before people really started doing like slingshotting and bunny hopping on like that. And it was more like just drifting and, make sure you got your lines right. And then obviously RNG also played a big factor. But like, you look at it now compared to what it was back then, it's like a whole different, like the techs now are a lot different. Obviously, a lot different racers as well. So like, you look back and then you look back at a lot of racers like Nick said, like I miss Giselle. Like Giselle, I'm really curious to see how she would play now compared to like back then. With all these racers and whatnot. Like her Swan was crazy. And Silent. I mean, Silent, they came back, and so did Maxi for the World Cup. But seeing them race in this day and age would be like fire to see, especially like Quincy and a bunch of other OGs as well.
I agree, man. I agree. I wanted to ask Cell and Cedric and Nel, I wanted to ask, so like when it came to doing the duo tournaments and then the Epic Cups, were like what were the things that you took away from the duo tournaments, that you learned from that experience and you tried to implement in the Epic Cups?
I think I've named one already, and that is that you really have to try to differ a bit in skill level, but it was hard to do because we only had 16 participants if we were lucky, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
20. So yeah, then you usually had 15 really good players, maybe, and then 3 not so good players, and then you just had those 3 players leave the week after, and then never see them back again. So that's what we that's at least something that we took into future tournaments like divisions. Um, Other than that, it was a lot easier back then actually to host the tournament because you just had way less people, and
Exactly.
well, way less people means way less things to take care of, and way less people that want something for you or ask something from you, and way less people then that can cause some havoc, and problems. So
Yeah.
it was a lot more friendly to the host those tournaments. I think I've learned more from the World Cup than I did from the Duo Cups and the Epic Cup.
Yeah, I think I would agree. The I'm of course very happy that we did the Duo Cup and the Epic Cup, but we were very green back then. I have to admit, those tournaments were just run on pure dedication and everything else. Because I mean, I can always speak for myself. I did not know what I was doing half of the time at all. I was just doing what I thought was best, and we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, I have to say, the only thing that I took from the Epic Cup and the most important thing I took from Epic Cup and Duo Cup was, and I told this to Niels a lot of the times, because that we need to have like a tournament for the casuals and a tournament for the sweats, because putting that together will just not work, because the casuals will just hate the game after a while. I know, for example, the Parted Storm at some point in the Epic Cup or the Duo Cup, one of the two, I think, because we used to do, if a player that doesn't show up, then someone else can take the place at the moment. And so, now, I know he's pretty controversial now. He was back then as well, but Zuzu was a lot of the time someone who would take a place at the last moment. And Mr. Departed Storm didn't like that, as he had told us, because that meant, because most of the time it was a casual that didn't show up, and then suddenly you have someone like Suzu taking their place. So yeah, and then suddenly you have another sweat in your group. And I remember at some point, Mr. Departed said, "Oh, this because he lost, and he was like, oh, this tournament is shit anyways." Left about it and just left the Discord and everything, and so I at that moment I was like, all right, casuals or like people who are not playing as invested as they are, they just will hate the tournament and will never show up again if they are playing versus sweats all the time. So
Is that how Departed got his name?
Departed was a good player back then as well. But...
Yeah, no, of course, he was a good player. He was a good player, but like, I feel like Departed is way more a competitive player now than he was back then. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's true. I actually agree. I actually agree with that. I think I actually think Departed is a lot better than some people might give him credit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
In my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I agree, and he's always learning too. Like I've been playing with Departed since pretty much early access days, and I've seen a crazy improvement from early access to nowadays. And now he plays in divisions and whatnot, and he's getting better and better. I mean, I know he gets bad rap for all the raging and whatnot, but like he's very passionate about the game, especially passionate about racing and winning and whatnot.
Yep.
I could see Zuzu joining the casual tournament because he likes to take the easy way out.
You mean the Arby's tournament?
That sounds right in line, boy.
Wait, there's an Arby Drive tournament? Where's that at?
Man, the Arby Cup, man. The Arby Cup.
Yo, I want to ask Cedric and Elise a question that Sonny posted a lot earlier, but I ain't want to like interrupt anybody. But Sonny wants to know: would you like to see Gameloft take over the competitive side and create their own events and balance the game for competitive, or would you rather be kept within the community?
To me, it'll depend. Like, would it mean that they would like take over divisions, or does it mean that they will have their own tournaments next to our tournaments? That makes sense.
I feel like
Because-
it'll be the latter.
If it's the latter, I would think it's a good thing. I think the more tournaments, the better. Even if it's probably gonna be a shit one from Gameloft, but like. But like I would never like be okay with them getting divisions because they are gonna fuck that shit up immediately. I think.
It's gonna go into the garbage can.
I would very much like Gameloft doing tournaments and like making it like part of the game and everything. I think that would be a great thing for the.
Ooh, do
For
we
the
have a
community.
legend in the chat right now? Is that Ties in the chat right now?
Oh my god, Mr. Tees!
Shout
Oh,
out.
silence here as well.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, see, we are the magnet. We are just a magnet of sweats. It's just
Exactly.
Yeah, man. You
Fun-
guys are the
fun fact-
OGs, man.
Fun fact: Mr. Ties or Mr. Thijs was one of the Dutch people in the Discord where we started the idea of the Duo Cup and everything else. Okay, that came after it.
Okay, so we had you had solo tournaments, and then you had duo cups, and then you had the epic cup. So explain how we got to the World Cup and what the World Cup was.
I mean, we can. All right. So basically, how that went. So I was the captain of Team Belgium, and the Bozzy was, of course, doing that tournament. And a lot of people didn't really like how Bozzy was doing it because it was very rude to people. And in the captain chat, at some point, he said that the Peruvian guy, Severe Drago, that he had 0 IQ and that he cannot deal with that because he has 130 IQ and he can't deal with stupid people and everything. And I was like, oh my god, I gotta show this to Nelis, right? So I saw a screenshot and I'm like, oh my god, Bozzy is crashing out already. And then Nelis, yeah, and then now I'm gonna give Nelis the rest of the word because he can do it better than I can probably.
Then I apparently pulled the cancel card on him because he canceled himself basically. I talked to some captains saying that should not be a thing. The host calling people idiots and saying they have no IQ and telling the rest of the captains to read the rules better because he can't deal with it and it's so stressful. So I talked to all the captains what they thought about it. We made a statement together saying that he has to better himself or we just call it quits basically. And instead of saying, okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be better, he basically calls idiots again and telling us how hard it is to host a tournament and that we should respect him more and that we should understand more what he's going through and stuff like that. Not a single word of sorry or an excuse or whatsoever. He actually stood behind his words, if I recall correctly, about the Peruvian captain. And well, some teams I think left, and one day later he just pulled the plug on the whole tournament. That he was. I think he created it 2 months before that or something. I think it was a long process before it started. He just pulled the plug one day before it actually began, and we had to start all over. And that's where everyone was wondering: is there gonna be a World Cup? Are we even gonna do this? And then the track got all the captains together in his server and talked with the captains if they could bring it back. And Cedric was, of course, captain of Belgium at that time. And he informed me about what was happening. And I said, well, I can, as I said, I always have the formats of tournaments in my head. So I can make a format and see what people think. And we could maybe make a server and see where it goes. So we talked about it in the captain chat. And well, people basically said, go ahead and try it out. So we did. We got the server running. I think that's mostly Seth's work because he knows all about Discord. I know nothing about Discord. Don't ask me if you have a Discord question. I can give you a role, nothing else. But yeah, Seth made a Discord in like 2 days, maybe less than that. And people started joining again. We tried to get all teams back together. We asked team members of World Cup teams to get their teams back together, captains of course, and quickly most teams were back. Even some new teams were added. Of course, some teams didn't get back in, like Mexico and Italy, but many did. So we still had a proper World Cup, and I'm glad we did it. I wasn't planning on doing it because it's a really big project. And well, I didn't. Well, I didn't cancel. He canceled himself. But oh well. I didn't do. I didn't do that because I wanted to host a World Cup. No, I did it because I wanted a good World Cup. So yeah, we rolled into it together because I felt like Seth and I had the most tournament hosting experience at that time, and we know how to do it. And well, I formed it in my head, and it worked out pretty well. And like I said, we learned a lot from the World Cup that you can all see by the 12 or 13 page rulebook we now have. I think the World Cup had 3 pages. But that's a lot about what we added and learned about it. So yeah, that's basically how it all happened and how we got ahead.
So y'all stole that shit. Bozzy fumbled the tournament, and they like, hold on. You can't wear the Infinity Gauntlet, but maybe we can. So.
Well, I don't think I've called one captain idiot, so that's at least a positive
That's something.
compared to that World Cup.
I'm not.
I think our World Cup was a little smaller as well.
Yeah, it was smaller.
Yeah, it was smaller, but I feel like it was more organized and everything was probably more thought out. Like Bozzy's tournament, it was exceptionally ambitious, which I respect.
True.
But as we didn't even get in the tournament, and you could kind of see the problems, like just even how everything was set up. It was like very confusing, and I know there were like different stages, and the first stage, I think every region had to have like one player represent them and like race and like a group or something like that, and some people didn't know when they were supposed to race or like what weeks these stuff happened. It was very convoluted, and apparently from what he said, he was like the only host, so I don't know how he planned on pulling that off, but yeah, man, especially with his mentality. I don't know how he's gonna deal. Like I couldn't. If Bozzy was in you guys' shoes, there would be no World Cup. Like he would have crashed out a long time ago.
I mean, he did crash out too.
But he crashed out before it even started. Yeah, but that was But yeah, he did make it way too complicated.
Yeah,
His
but
format was 1v1, T1, 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 T1 in week 1, and then we had duos in week 2, and then we had the full team in week 3, and that times 4. That was gonna last like 5 or 6 months. If I was to understand the rules correctly, and I felt like he just dragged it for so long because he realized this is a big tournament, many people are watching. He wanted to stream everything himself as well. That was also a big part. So I think he was doing it for exposure for 6 months as well. And you can't do it. You can't do this just for exposure because you're not gonna. You're not gonna last.
Also, yeah. So it was the tournament. The World Cup was supposed to go for like 5 to 6 months the way he had it, and then the way people would watch it would be through him, so he would grow off of it.
Now you just reminded me. Like basically, he wanted all the teams to figure out a time, but it had to match with his time as
exactly.
Yeah, that as well.
That was where the entire problem started because the Peruvian guy could play at I think Saturday 10 p.m. my time, and everyone else could. No, he could play at Friday 10 p.m. time, and everyone else could, something like that. And so it was already fine, but Bozzy couldn't play that time, so he had to find another time. And the Peruvian guy was like, well, I can play another time, it's then or it's not. And he crashed out on the Peruvian guy. But I do have to say, despite all that, in some weird way, without Mr. Bozzy, the divisions and everything after wouldn't have existed. So
true.
So like you said,
That's
Mr. Nel, I do have to say it was very ambitious, and I think like the idea in general was very good. I do have to give him that.
Yeah, it was a great idea, but we divided to just the teams. We saw right away it's not gonna work with duos and solos because especially if you have to set a date with 8 different countries in one group, yeah, that's just not gonna happen. And if you then have to take into account when the streamer is ready to stream your game, yeah, it's not gonna go anywhere.
I don't think he really. You could like tell like there was a big lack in experience, but it's crazy because he's actually hosted a tournament before that, but I know he hasn't done one of that magnitude and stuff, and you know it's I kind of gotta Bozzy, he was like a narcissistic asshole, and I'm actually glad like it came to light like right before like the day before everything started. I think it was actually a blessing in disguise. But I always when I think of stuff like divisions, the World Cup, the work that you guys have put in as the hosts, and I think about like the players, that have built a lot of camaraderie, competing with each other and playing with each other. And I think about stuff like my team and my teammates and stuff, and the people that I've met. It's really crazy that a lot of this stuff wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Buzz.
It is. Ironically, it is.
For the biggest crash out in history. Actually, not what we're talking about here. It was just one day. There was I don't know how many people, but a lot of people were in that server of him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was in the hundreds, I feel like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. All these people with all these discords with hundreds of people. Them shits don't last long for whatever reason.
For sure.
That's true.
I remember.
That's true.
I remember texting Niels at some point. I was like, "Damn, bro, we have been doing tournaments for like 4 months, and this guy just won, and he has like double the amount of people in this Discord already."
Nah, they were promoing extra hard.
I was very jealous.
They were promoing because I remember one of Bozzy's homies, he was going around like promoting the tournament. He was going in people's Discord saying, "Yo, you guys want to join this tournament?" and stuff like that. That's how I found out about it, and I just joined.
DMs as well. Yeah.
I actually found out through. Damn, bro. I actually found out through you, Mr. Nano. Actually.
Oh, for real?
You were the one who told me about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody told me too. Like I didn't hear about it until somebody was like, "Hey, there's a World Cup for this game happening." I'm like, "No," and then that's how they sent me the link. I joined in, and that's how I found out.
Yeah, I found out
about it.
I found out through Nano.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, Nano and Bozzy were boys.
Listen. Oh man, guilty by association? Nah, hell nah, man. I was just listen, man. I was just trying to put people on. I knew some people were trying to get in, get some competitive racing going on, and I feel like the more people that was in it, the better. But unfortunately and fortunately, Bozzy showed his true colors, and where we're at now. So
Hey, a beautiful thing came out of it because we still had the World Cup, and I feel like the structure. Like you guys were saying, the structure in the World Cup was a lot better. It wasn't 6 months, time frame, and I think it came out beautifully. I think we had more teams, if I'm not mistaken, compared to Bozzy's. If I'm not mistaken.
No,
I don't think so.
Nah, I think Bozzy's had more teams, but I think the new and improved World Cup was better structured. It was easier to follow. It was more balanced, because honestly, I think when it came to the first World Cup, I think there were a lot of teams, but I don't think there was a lot of teams that were like super sweaty. I mean, I think everybody kind of had USA as like the favorites.
You're right, Nano, because I was looking at the team lineups. Okay, they did have more teams, but the problem was that some of the teams only had like 2 people in it, 3 people in it. So like it wasn't like I didn't consider those a team because where's the fourth person at? You know what I'm saying?
Well, there were, I think, in order to be a team, I think you had to have at least 4 people. There were a lot of teams that were made, but the problem is that I wouldn't necessarily say it was a problem, but there were a lot of people that weren't like known in the tournament. So I know, people, a lot of the people in Team USA was known. That's why, we were considered the favorites, and there was no, I know, was Team Europe, was Team Europe
In the original one?
You guys were Team Germany or something like that, from what I remember.
Well, I know Cedric was Team Belgium.
Yeah, I was Team
wait,
Belgium,
Cedric,
and Niels was on Team Europe.
didn't
Marco, Roman. Yeah.
Maxi wasn't even in that one?
No, he
No, he
wasn't.
wasn't.
Dang, that's crazy. Wait, so Cedric, who was on your team?
At the beginning, it was Doobie was on my team, Oni, Cam Sturbos, and then
You had Cam on the team?
Manji, I think. Right?
Manji as well, but he came later. But then at the beginning, but yeah. So I Manji, Cam Sturbos, me, Doobie, Oni, and Mano or something. But she never played. But yeah, those 6 people were on my team. We had a stacked team. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, they're pretty
Oh,
good.
you're
Oh, shout out
It's
to
funny.
those turbos.
It's funny because like when you first like go through the roster, there's a lot of people that you didn't know, like you didn't know who they were. So
Yeah,
all you
sure.
could do is
Yeah,
go
yeah,
off of the people you knew. But in hindsight, you go back and you're like, damn, this would have been a good team.
Yeah.
So it was it's pretty dope how that turned out, man. But I don't know, man. Go ahead, Caleb.
I will say, yeah. So with the World Cup, I know you guys said you learned a lot. That's why the rule book is fucking as thick as it is now. I think.
Enormous.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have a little history button heads with the World Cup, man. I think the first issue that I had was the duplicate map. Yes.
I do remember that one.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know why I was so triggered, but I was just tired of going to I think it was the first week of the World Cup, and we had 3 different variations of Andy's room, and we all know Andy's room. It kind of feels the same. So the fact that we had 3, and then we kept going to, I think it was either Toon Village or RB4 over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I was kind of.
Yeah.
I was getting irritated, and so.
Rightfully so. With 3 Andy's, you're rightfully so.
Yeah. I do have to say also looking back, I can see why you were frustrated with us as well, because we were not very responsive to your feedback either. But I do have to say to make it a little bit more to place it a little bit more, if that makes sense. At that moment we were because I remember talking to Niels about it, and we were because your feedback was, hey, let's just do it that you can play every variation only once. So if it happens, it'll be out of the tournament completely. And we were like that, and we thought that was just not possible, because then you would have some maps more often than not, because not all maps have the same amount of variations. But I do have to say, and we have learned from that, we didn't communicate that very openly or correctly, if that makes sense. But yeah,
I do wonder if Caleb likes it how it is right now, because it is not precisely what he asked, just every variation just once. But I hope the variety's better now.
Yeah, it's a lot better, to the point where I'm not even mad or complaining. Obviously, it's it is possible to get a variation, but it's not going. It's very rare because we're rotating maps. I think you can't have it 2 weeks back to back. So I do think it feels a lot more fresh than what it was.
Yeah.
It helps. We have way more maps indeed. Like
True.
That's true. That helps a lot. Like every new season helps with the maps. Hmm.
Yeah.
I want to ask, what were some of the the difficulties when it comes to dealing with, some of the stuff in the World Cup that you guys remember?
It's been a while, but what I remember is first and foremost because we communicating with everyone, because of course still now you are dealing with a lot of different languages. First of all, so yeah, making sure everyone knows what's supposed to happen and everything was more difficult than I would have expected. But also, like I said, just pure communication, like with each other, because during the World Cup, we as hosts were still making all the rule changes, and I'm gonna have to be honest, I might not always agree with the rule changes that happen now, but it's so fucking easy to just say, hey, the captains can decide. I'm not doing anything. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that
there was so much shit.
But there was a lot of. I felt a lot of pressure, at least, like making because everyone had of course, their own opinion and their feedback, and like juggling all of that and then making the right decision. That was for me a lot of pressure, and I'm very happy that that's gone.
Oh, yeah, man. It seemed like you guys had, if y'all made the wrong move, there was a pitchfork to your neck, man.
That's really how it is, indeed. You're currently being watched by the whole tournament. You are the main guy. You decide everything. So if you do something they don't like or they need you, well, they know where to find you.
Yeah.
You will notice. Yeah.
Okay, I got a question. Do people accuse you of being Bozzy 2.0? Is that the thing that people get mad?
I've never had that accusation.
Yeah.
No.
I haven't seen that either. But I haven't. People have told me before that I am that I do act biased towards people sometimes, or at least I used to act biased towards people sometimes during the World Cup, which might be true, of course. I'm not saying it's not true, but yeah. But now that's not the case, because I can just say, hey, you want the rule change? Ask your captain, bro.
Yeah, we made it so it's just so we can be neutral, so we don't have to make very tough decisions all the time. Sometimes something is not in the rules, and we have to either suggest it to the captains or find a solution out of the blue, really. And then we can still get some shit, but that's the only time, thankfully.
Thank goodness for democracy.
That's how we made the rule. That's why, we made the democracy the tournament, and that's also really what I want it to be, because that's how we get the tournament. And sometimes I see rule changes that I would never suggest or add as a host, but the teams want it, so we just do it. But whenever a captain comes to me that voted yes on the rule change, I would have never agreed on. Then you can just blame them for their own vote. That's just how easy it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best change we made to the whole system.
I agree.
Okay. So Ferrari did ask, and this is actually to Mr. Sammy. You there, Sammy?
I will respond to Sammy. Yeah, go ahead.
Sammy, get off the pot.
I'm here.
Man, all right, man. So Mr. Ferrari got a special question for you, Sammy. He said, did Sammy ever release the World Cup recap with Sothralis as a guest?
No, he hasn't. You know what's crazy about that? I think it was when we were doing the episode, about my crash out in Skyliners Discord, and then Sammy's like, man, how much time you need? It's been like 4 weeks. And I was thinking in my head, nigga, it's been like 7 months since the World Cup, and you still ain't came out with that video.
I know.
You didn't even release our interview. Explain yourself.
Yeah.
I will say,
It's in the works.
Back then, I was very new to editing, so I'm more proud of how I edit now, so I ended up saying no, I wasn't gonna drop it.
You didn't tell nobody you said no.
You didn't say that. You said
Like,
you.
that's hours worth of fucking. People are pouring out their hearts in that.
I know, bro. You should have heard NA's old, bro. That shit was crazy.
Yo, that's some really spiciness. That's
However, I still have them. They're not deleted. I still have them.
I still think you
need
should,
tomorrow.
you know,
you got
I
it. Even if
still
it's like
think
an
you should.
unedited, even like minimum edited, you should just release it just for it. You know.
I'm not editing them.
Yeah, you ain't gotta edit. Just hey, motherfucker, this is a long ass video. Watch it. Like, like that's what it's gotta be.
It's a long ass video. Watch it. That's it.
You can skip around this one.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, man. No, I think it's actually a good question from Farai because you know it is something we do ask Sammy every once in a while, you know, because you know some people still ask to this day, as we just seen from Ferrari, but you know. Sammy got the power, man. He got the gauntlet. You know, that's all. So, you know, it's up to him. I think you know, we have
If people want it, I'm not gonna deny them. I'll say that.
I do want to say a disclaimer though. Whatever was said in those videos,
That was months ago.
that was months ago. So if you hear some crazy stuff,
Another time.
I think you need to put a disclaimer on that shit, Sammy. Just to be on the
Hey,
safe
man.
side.
Hey man, that NA interview was very spicy.
yeah, man. So you know,
Oh yeah. That was that
has to be
was-
released.
that was around the Benelux time, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's a big.
That's definitely being dropped on the crash out.
A big segment was about that third place match. I'll say that.
Oh damn, bro.
But you know, it's funny because even Cedric, he commented on it. No, what you commented? We did I think we did a recap of that match, and Cedric did say that he wasn't there, so that is true.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not being caught up in this, bro.
You dropped it all to me. Yeah.
He's like, I have an alibi.
You know what's crazy?
I was a Bible camp, bro.
You know
I was
what's
praising the
crazy?
Lord, you know, like I was doing
When
my
that
own
was
thing.
happening, I was also on the family cookout. So like literally, at least he was the only motherfucker there. Literally the only one.
Oh, it's not the others.
So Thralis wasn't even part of that team, bro.
It was exactly, but it was something. But I guess Crusher's saying, hey, that could be some good promo for the World Cup #2.
Yeah, that's a fact, Sammy.
Oh, that's
Like,
facts, man. That's facts.
Oh dear.
Maybe that's why they didn't release. We was waiting for the World Cup too.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Like all the experience of World Cup first season. Here it is, raw footage. Disclaimer happened months ago, by the way. There you go.
I mean, shoot, what was it? Like a 2-hour discussion or interview? Like, hey, there's
Hell no.
Hell no.
2 hours minimum.
hey, release it anyway. You know, it'll be a big file. Oh well.
Look, people
If
think
Ishnik
that-
say y'all releasing that now, hey, there might be an Ishnik crash out on some of them interviews.
All I'll say is that I'm dropping that on the Crash Out YouTube channel at this point.
Like, y'all think these crash outs are long? Just wait till you start like listening to these interviews because they are long.
yeah.
But very informative. Very informative.
Yeah, shoot. We even go into, some of, Team USA's, little bumps in the road, man. So it's
Oh,
we go
Lord.
a lot of stuff gets covered in the interviews, and Sammy holding out, man.
Yeah,
You got him
you'll
on the
learn-
board.
You'll learn a lot about our team and why, we weren't really stressing when we were 0-4, and a reason for that, because if we were in the World Cup mentality, that would have been a whole different story. But we've had to switch everything up for our team, so that's why. So
Yes,
You know,
sir.
Ferrari
y'all
funny
will
as
figure
hell.
out.
Ferrari said 2 hours isn't bad. We've been practicing with the podcast episodes.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. What is that? I think our podcast episodes are 4 hours minimum.
I mean, to be
Yo.
fair, look at Joe Rogan. He be having some long ass podcasts too. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes the conversation just flows.
Crusher said, I can't believe Sammy didn't interview his own team. Now that I think about it, yo, we was supposed to interview.
Welcome to the
Yeah, we
Crash
were.
Out.
Also,
I will
because
say-
we can thank Sammy. One of the reasons the Crash Out was live because we was not finna wait 5 months for Sammy to release a Crash Out episode. So we said, no, we got to make this shit live.
No, I did say we should do it live because live reactions would be better than just getting comments.
Yo,
That's
Sammy,
true.
we trying to get the Crash Out podcast episode number 2, man. When you gonna release? Hey, man, I'm gonna do it in 2 weeks.
2 months later.
Dang.
So Crusher, I will say that the original idea was to do like the top 4 teams in the finals. So like the first place team and the first place match and the third place match teams. So that's why we only really had like 3 interviews. We were supposed to do an interview with Nelissi and Cedric, but the day that we were supposed to do it, I had a bad headache, so I had to cancel on them, unfortunately.
Yeah, some were not released, some interviews, some were not even recorded, so
Yeah.
it can always
Yep.
be worse.
Exactly. Yeah. I still remember Nano texting me like, "Hey, Sammy has a headache, so we can do it, but we'll definitely do it later." And I was like, 2 months later, I sent Nell a text like, "Hey, did they ask you for the interview again?"
I apologize, man. I
Nah.
apologize.
Damn, Crusher said Sammy just joined up with Team USA before we even became the 51st state. Man, jumped ship early. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Oh man, turning his back on his own.
Wow.
On your country, man. That's
Damn,
cool.
man. Sammy not gonna be a part of Team Canada on next World Cup. It's crazy.
You could interview your own team. Man. You could have had the 1v1 with Reed, but nah, man.
Yeah, I already had some 1v1s with Reach.
Okay.
You know, a heart to heart is interesting. Maybe Sammy don't want that to be released, huh? No, let me stop.
Damn.
Nah, man. Hey, man. Listen, man. I don't know, man. It's I will say it does get me excited for what's to come for the World Cup, the next World Cup. But I guess I did want to ask. I know we talked about like some of the cons of the first World Cup, but what were some of the pros for you guys?
Compared to the divisions, you mean? Or
I mean, it doesn't have to be. I mean, you can compare it to the division, but I guess I was kind of more just asking, like,
Compared to
asking
your
in general,
previous tournaments,
like,
maybe?
yeah, like what are some things that you liked about the World Cup, or that you liked about hosting it, or some things you thought that were very positive about hosting the World Cup?
For me, it was just great that we got such a big community together.
yeah, exactly.
Suddenly we had all the continents in the world involved, and we had the French community that was pretty separate because of their language, of course, and Spanish as well. Joining all together, and we made sure everyone got communication in their language, if possible, that's how we could just keep growing and growing tournament and the amount of participants. And I think, this is not really a very positive thing, but it showed the most when we had the Duff event, that so many people participated from all over the world and streamed it, and we're posting stuff in the special channel for him. That was for me heartbreaking moment of this community. We were at our strongest that week.
Yeah, man. We had to
agree.
represent the fallen soldier, man. Duff.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, it was definitely. I feel like that was it was definitely a hard time for the community, but I think the community handled it as best as they could, and you could really see like how together everyone was, and kind of, obviously people, some of us get into it or get into disagreements and stuff like that, but ultimately, we play this game with each other, and we spend a good amount of time interacting with each other. So, I was glad to see that we all came together during, that time.
Especially Duff, of course. He was always very positive and supportive of everyone in his community. I think no one had beef with with Duff. It was hard to get beef with Duff.
True.
Well, one person did, but it's
Yeah,
I think that one person has beats for everybody, though. Let's be honest.
that doesn't count.
That's fact. That doesn't count.
It was a great moment. Also very challenging from just a hosting perspective. Of course, I get a message one day from Giselle, who was close to Duff, saying he has passed, and there you are, and you have to do something with it as a host. And it's very delicate subject, of course, what you're working with. So that's something that was not easy to do, but I'm glad how we did it in the end. And I think there's no better way to do it in the end, as long as everyone has their option to pay their respects to that amazing person that he was.
Yes, sir, man. I couldn't agree with you more, man. I'm glad we have that like one section, like the Duff Memorial,
Yeah,
every once in a while I go through it still.
Yeah, for sure.
That gotta stay,
will
man.
stay there. Yeah, that will stay, definitely.
For sure.
Every once in a while, still someone posts their Donald in there as well.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a post because I did get Donald to UC because of that. So
Okay.
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to post it.
Yeah, I've never seen so much for Donald being the not so good character. I loved seeing him a lot in ranked in the high ranks.
Yeah, that was really nice to see. We still have the Donald icon as well on our.
Yeah.
Nice. I
Yeah.
respect it, man. I respect it.
Ferrari suggested it at first, because we were talking about which icon, and Ferrari said we should take the Duff icon, because Ferrari was one of the teammates of Duff, of course, in the World Cup, and that's how we decided to have the Donald icon since then.
Yeah, that's actually dope, man. I do know Europe ran with that too, and I can understand why.
So many people did, right when they heard it. As soon as I heard it, I was the first to hear it. I already changed my icon. I didn't know what to do. I was like, "What is this? This is way too much information for me at this moment." So I did that to deal with it for that evening. It was late, but let's deal with it tomorrow and inform everyone, because you don't want to just post it and just have everyone see it right away. You want to discuss it with everyone first that is on the hosting team, and see what we were gonna do. I think that was the right way to do it. But that was one of the better, but also one of the tough parts of hosting the World Cup.
Okay, yeah. It was a bittersweet moment indeed.
The bittersweet. Yes.
I guess before we get to divisions, we'll talk about the spiciness of the World Cup first. What did you guys think of the final? Were you expecting those two teams? Were you kind of like, what did you guys just overall thoughts on the final? I think it was between Team USA versus Team Europe.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so honest, and I'm probably gonna piss some people off, but I was so sure that I was gonna be Team Europe versus Team Benelux. But Team Europe at some point, for some reason, had to fucking send back the group stages, so we had to face them in the semifinals instead of in the finals.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. They lost like 2 games in the group stage. That's really below their level. That shouldn't have never happened.
Yeah.
I think
that hurt us in the long run.
Yeah, I don't. I think didn't Maxi say something about they already made it, so he didn't feel like he needed to play or something like
Basically.
that.
Yeah, because I was trying to call him out. 'Cause I want the race against him. 'Cause I kept hearing about the guy. I didn't know who he was. I was like, who do y'all think's the best player? They're like, Maxi. I'm like, I've never even raced this dude before. So I was like, I really want to race him. I was looking forward to it. I think this is why we went hard the first time against Team Europe, because we actually beat him. And because I was expecting Maxi to be there, and then he didn't show up. I'm like, damn. So I was like, yo, we got to make sure we make it to the final and work hard so I'll be able to race that motherfucker. And hey, we made it. So
You know what's so crazy? Team Europe was like a legendary team, bro. But even without Maxi, they are still considered a top team in my opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, they were stacked.
yeah.
Should still have
South
won
Rallis
the
was
game.
holding it down even without Maxi against us. Like it was me, Cosmic, Angel, and Nano, and then there be South Rallis in the mix. So like, yeah, man. Like, and I know they had what's
Romanja
his
was going
name?
crazy too. Romanja
Yeah,
was
Romanja and
Romanja for was Ferrari on that team? Ferrari was on that
it
team.
was somebody who doesn't play anymore. What was his name again?
Marco.
yeah,
Marco.
Marco was on the team. Marco was on the team. Ferrari was on the team.
Yeah. Erdbeerbine, like Sofra's girlfriend, was on there.
She was. Unfortunately, I think she didn't play.
Yeah,
for
it's
Hold on, did you just say that word? Say it again. So we can
Erdbeerbine.
Eric Beard Bean?
Erdbeerbine.
Okay.
It means it's German for strawberry bee.
Oh, okay. That's what it means.
Okay.
And maybe off topic, but can we ask Caleb to pronounce the new name of SPEEDSTORM Academy?
What's the new name? Speedstorm Academy? Is it a player or is it a team?
No, they
No,
we
they
named the
changed the
team.
name. Hold on.
Or what they changed it to?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna say it, then you can just repeat it. You know.
Hold on. Let me go to it. Let me see. Is it in the
You
lineup?
guys
I'm
really
about to go.
trust Caleb
It's
to
in
repeat
the-
this? Let's be
It's
honest.
it's
That's
in
the
the
sign
team
of the
sign.
season.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I'll just send a screenshot in the Discord
Yo,
server.
Caleb is the king of butchering names. You guys ready for this?
Yeah, because y'all butchered mine, so I had to get revenge.
Believe.
It'll be
Oh,
good.
where'd you send it to me?
Yeah.
Where is it at?
I sent it in the. Oh wait, actually, I'll just DM it to you. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Name.
Team name: Les Feliz du Bocal.
Oh, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty fine.
Les Feleles du Bocal.
I think you're better at French and Spanish. I think that.
Yeah.
Let me feel Caleb a little French accent in you.
Bonjour, mon amis.
So I said it right, huh?
Oh shit, blunt
Let me
style.
find out.
Okay.
Every week, I hope that Juecitos gets called out on the standings.
Tongue twister. I got a
Caleb,
word.
how do you say that again?
For people who want to know, you pronounce it as Le Fer du Bocal.
Okay.
Oh shoot! He says,
No.
"Oh."
No, Lizzie, that shit
They
real
sound like
spicy
him did
with
that
it, yo.
Juecitos. Yeah.
Besitos.
But what does it mean again? Le Fer
Yeah,
du Bocal?
like my French isn't perfect either, but what I know, it means like what's it again? The party jar is what it means.
The party jar.
Okay,
They could have just did it in English, but
Yeah, but they're French.
yeah, fair enough.
All right.
I'm happy to see them back. It means we have another team that's returning for next season, and then
Well,
we probably have
facts.
18 teams. So,
Oh, that'd be dope. Well, let's get to the crash out. But before
hang on.
Sam
I wanna-
releases that interview,
I wanted to ask
about-
a question.
Go
So, for Group B, were you surprised with Brazil making it out?
What do you mean
making it out.
because in the World Cup
in
there were two
terms of
groups,
big-
Group A and then Group B. Group B was the
Sammy,
weaker.
Sammy, I'm gonna be so honest, bro. Group B was like rival is what rival division is now. Like, I was not surprised that Brazil made it out. I think Brazil was the best in Group B.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually thought France was gonna make
France
it.
was looking good. They were looking organized. They had a whole tournament to weed out players, just like we did.
Like
So, yeah,
for
they
me,
were
it
looking
was
good.
between Team Canada and Team Brazil. I did think Team France was also very good, but I didn't really think about them at the moment. But for me, it was between Brazil and Canada.
Wow.
That actually surprised me because France was undefeated for a little minute.
It
But
was like
Crusher's on Canada.
Yeah.
So
After week
Canada
2, it
was
was
a
just
strong team.
us. It was just us, France, and Brazil who were undefeated. So
Yeah, we didn't know much
Yeah.
about Brazil when they joined in. Now they are just everywhere, and they're everyone knows about Brazil. They have 3 teams in divisions, and they're the final boss team. That is a nuts
Final
team
boss.
that everyone struggles against. So we couldn't have known back then. But if we knew what we know now, they would definitely have been put into the semi.
That's true,
final.
but I think Brazil has grown though. Like I don't think this is the same team as it was in the World Cup. Like they're
Oh yeah,
like
not at all.
evolved so much.
Yeah.
Wolf definitely like leveled up, went Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, because he was good back there. I remember running my first interaction with Wolf was actually in ranked, and I think we were both on Jasmine. I'm like, yo, who is this Wolf person? He keeping up with me. So I'm like, okay, that's the first time I noticed him. And then and then I seen him in the World Cup holding it down. I know they went against Team North America, to make it to like the playoff round. So I've been paying attention to Wolf, and Wolf has leveled up tremendous.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
For sure.
yeah, it's definitely not the same team.
This man Wolf he unlocked Ultra Instinct now. Like that's how far he's come.
I will say though, we do have to get to the Crashout of the World Cup, and it was the 3rd place match against you versus North America,
I don't
and
remember
the
this.
shortcut. So
Yeah, good times.
I have no memory of this somehow. So I've been an inside out. I put my orb into that black pit down there. So
Yeah.
so there's that. But what's the specific question on this?
how did you guys feel about the whole shortcut, or did you think it was justified, unjustified, or?
So Seth wasn't there, so I will just say what happened. We were practicing all the tracks, of course, like we did every time, and we went over that track, and I saw Hoodie and May doing that skip, and I said, guys, let's not do this because I'm gonna get the shit from it. And they said, but we can do it. It's not in the rules. So yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. But I still recommend against it. Well, of course they did it anyway. So North America, right? Yeah, they got mad about it, and rightfully so. So I suggested the rematch. I tried to specifically say with the skip included because my teammates were asking for it, and it wasn't in the rules. So we did the rematch, and we all know what happened after that. We did skip and they didn't, and after that it was over with the mood in the match, so to speak. Then we went into the Discord about it, had all the discussions, endless discussions. Not much more that I could have done. I think not much more I could have expected from North America there. I think you could say something. Both had their valid points, I guess, in that discussion, and I get that North America was mad. I hope it has calmed down a bit. I've talked to a few of North America about it even months after, and I think we are now on good terms. But it took a while, and that match is one of it's the biggest reason we have such a strict rule book now in place, and we have very strict rule on what is allowed on track and what isn't. So that is just much clearer than it was. That's just one of the big learning points of the World Cup for us. That we couldn't do whatever we want as hosts, and we should stick to specific rules. And well, that's what we're doing now with divisions and the rules that we have now. At least we hope that people think we do. But yeah, that was a dark day in our hosting, and something we've learned from. I hope that North America agrees with it, that we've learned from it, and it's a lot better now. And it hasn't quite happened again after this, so I hope it stays that way. Of course, some things happened that are not in the rules yet, and then we quickly come up with one based on the captain votes, and that works well so far. Of course, this S-tier speedsters had an incident in week 1, which was half of North America's team, so they had to. So they finally came back to competitive speedstorm, and they had to.
It's always Team North
another
America
rule
in some
awakening.
kind of rule situation.
So,
Yeah, right.
that was of course not ideal, but I'm glad that in the end it got resolved. They won the match, so that helps. It helps as well. That's just how you look at it as host. It helps if a team is pissed about something and they win at the end. So that helps a lot.
Yeah, I remember texting Nel after, and was like, "Thank God they won." Bro. Like, thank God. But,
yeah, I don't know why, man. And they members happen to be guinea pigs for a lot of things, man.
Yeah, I hope they've had all of it for now, and so we will be good for the future. And like I said, if we do not have a rule in place for a very weird situation like we had this season a few times, then we can always think of a new one, which is the nice thing about the system we have right now.
Yeah, but yeah, so like Neil said, I of course was not present. I was on Bible camp. I was teaching younger children how to pray to the Lord and everything and all. And I remember I came home and like everything exploded, bro. I wasn't following anything. I came home and I have like 100 DMs from everyone, and I've seen like a whole thing, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? And I started reading, I'm like, no way, no fucking.
It's always great when one of the hosts is not there. Like the week after. The week after we had the final, and that got postponed because Travis couldn't get on that game for some reason. I still don't know how, but he couldn't on any divide whatsoever. And that weekend I was away. I was was weekend away with friends, and Seth was next to me in panic from what the hell are we gonna do now? So it's not ideal when we're not both there. Those situations were stressful, and we have learned from those, and
exactly.
we're happy those moments are now long gone. And hope.
But I'm also very careful now, because I remember every time we practice now, and there's like a map where you can do a skip that's not allowed. I'm like, guys, you can do the skip and ranked, but it's definitely not allowed in divisions. And I know we were facing because we were scrimming against S-tier speedsters at some point, and I told them definitely not versus this team, because like 3 people were from an A. Don't definitely not in this game, bro. Don't you dare!
Because we have some sweaty teammates, as you all know, and they sometimes post videos of new nice tech, and then I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. But then I usually just post a screenshot of the specific rule, and then it's all clear. I've seen Wolf post some videos as well with Ralph cracking through walls halfway the track, skipping half the track. I'm saying, not sure if we still will get away with that one. So yeah, we're still working on that. In Mario Kart, all is allowed, as far as I know. So our competitive scene is a little bit different to that.
Yeah, I personally. We had a debate. This was another reason why I want Sammy to release some of those interviews, and maybe. The Team USA or whatever, or the Team, North America, because we had a debate about, shortcuts. Like, what happened? It kind of split up the competitive scene, like the motherfucking the Avengers Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Captain America versus Iron Man. I was on the pro shortcut side, so I was on the hoodie and KG May. I was kind of defending them and whatnot. I know other people felt other ways, but like,
that's why we did the survey and asked, just asked what people think, and we had the whole list of things that you could do, like even slingshots, leg skipping. There's had very clear opinions on things that are not allowed. And something like a leg skip, everyone, that's normal, that's all good. Well, that's also skipping a whole corner of.
Yeah.
It's a bit
Bunny hopping
inconsistent.
could be considered X, because here's the thing, they're all exploits. So it's just like what exploits are deemed acceptable and unacceptable. Whether you're, like you said, lake jumping, great wall skipping, whether you freaking doing a rail tag, whether you doing bunny hopping, like that's all exploit. You're exploiting the game's mechanics and the barriers that are available and unavailable. So yeah, I'm me personally. I'm team shortcut. Whatever's available in the game, you should be able to do. And because some of the exploits, it takes, what do they call it? It takes practice and stuff to even get some of these exploits and map knowledge. But like I say, it came down to a vote, and the people who voted, I guess.
It creates a skill gap. Some of those exploits, but I think people just look at the advantage someone gets from it, and like with the Great Wall. I think you're shaving of like 5 to 6 seconds there, so I get why people don't really enjoy that, especially if they are using a character they can that can't do it. But in a competitive scene, you just have to pick someone who can do it.
Exactly.
So I am also on the side of just allow everything and don't have any discussion about it. But I get that people find it a bit unfair. Someone skips 6 seconds of a track.
Yeah, but it's my thing with that is like, I agree with you on that sentiment. It's like, if everybody's cutting, then is it really a cut anymore? Like, if everybody knows how to do it?
Yeah.
So just like, the lake skip's a great example. Not everybody knows how to lake skip, but guess what? You join the competitive scene, if you don't know how to lake skip, you're at a disadvantage. You can't be like, oh, you can't lake skip because I don't know how to. You just have to learn and adapt. Or the same with bunny hopping or rail tech. You have to learn and adapt. So I think the shortcuts is just something that people just had to learn and adapt to. But
you're seeing it real clear in the comparing season 1 to season 2 of divisions. In the rival division, season 1, you weren't seeing any attacks. No leg skips, no slingshots, no bunny hopping. And then in season 2, you watch the same teams play, and then you're seeing all those attacks slowly getting into the gameplay. So people are adjusting to it, and I think that would be the case with any exploit.
yeah.
But it's nice to see that people are improving so much over one season.
I'm gonna be honest, and I'm probably gonna cause some crash out with this kid statement. But I think people who are against shortcuts like that are just lazy and don't want to learn the shortcut. That's
preach. I agree.
But the people have spoken, and I will go with what the people said. So it is what it is.
Okay, I actually have to give some pushback, but I think it's a case by case basis. I don't think every shortcut is like the same. I think you got to take into consideration, like, everybody could do said shortcut, but I still think, like, it's when it's like, I feel like some things kind of are very egregious, and some things aren't as egregious. So like the Riley's mind skip, I think that shit is fucking crazy, bro.
Are we talking about the wall driving one?
Yes, bro.
No,
Yes,
that was the first one. I would.
I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy. I agree. But I think, like, if it's in the game, you can use it. There are, of course, lame ass shortcuts, like Crusher said, where the pirate wall, where you the pirate lake one, where you reset and you skip like 30 seconds. That's a stupid ass. That's a lame one. I agree with that one. But like, the great wall stuff and the Riley's mind, I think, like, if you can use it, then yeah. I in my opinion, it's free game. But I understand not everyone thinks like this.
My argument to the whole Riley's mind wall riding thing is, I think it was fair and balanced, because one, it was very hard to pull off. You had to do the right angle at the right, speed, and if you failed, and let's say you did that thing, and let's say you didn't land right, and you respawn, you go all the way back. So it actually could put you at more of a disadvantage, and that's why everybody couldn't do it, because it was hard to pull off. It was like a high reward, high risk type of situation.
Yeah, but that was kind of the case with the Great Wall one. Like if you like fell and you fucked up, you like respawn back and stuff.
I'll
like
put it
that.
this way, Nano. Let's say like in Earth, Earth 617 or some shit, alternate universe. Let's say everybody votes to allow shortcuts. I think most teams and most people would have just like learned the shortcuts and adapted, and then
I mean, at that point, you don't got no choice.
yeah. So I think people would have got better at doing it, but yeah,
That's probably the case. But like, I guess I don't know. Like, have you guys ever seen that one clip of like Mario Kart 64 on Rainbow Road?
yeah.
And as soon as you start, they like jump off the map and like land on another part of the map and like skip the whole track. Like,
Yo,
that shit looks fucking. That shit
you
looks
can even
extra
do that in
whack
Mario
to me.
Kart Wii, bro.
I think that's dope. I think it's fair game because if they fuck up, they fall off the map, and now you're like what 15 seconds ahead. So
I don't know, bro. It to me, it's certain things just. You should just leave them alone. But that's just my opinion.
here
That's my
as somebody,
Oh, man.
I like doing time trials. In previous games like Hot Wheels Unleashed, I've had world records, and there are some people who beat my records. But here's what would happen whenever I would race them in an actual race, they couldn't pull it off in a race. So even if they can do it in a time trial, that doesn't mean they're able to consistently do that when there's 8 other racers and they're bumping them, pushing them. So that's why I think it's more fair game because it's harder to do those cuts when there's actual competition.
Good luck pulling off the Wiley one against Brazil. You're not gonna do
Yeah.
it. It's not happening. You're gonna get bumped right before that stupid ramp,
Yeah.
and you will get reset back half the track. Yeah, but I think just like things like the late skip are allowed because it's a bit of an OG thing. It was a very early skip, one of the I think maybe the first real one. Yeah, we have the Great Wall.
Yeah.
The first one that got discovered, and many people learned it, and I guess that's why it's now deemed fair game. I think if we had Riley's as the first map in the game, that we would deem it fair game as well. So I think it's just because people are used to it, and indeed maybe like said, people don't want to learn new stuff, and it takes too much time, and it's that's why they are against it. Well, I think the competitive scene would evolve if we have more fun techs and more fun skips out there. But people are against it, and we are a democracy. So
Exactly.
Yeah, I think overall that whole situation, I don't even think it was even really about shortcuts. It was just more so about understanding of the rules, I guess, and what's allowed and not allowed. So
Yeah, there was
That's
just a
true.
miscommunication about
that was a specific one in the third place match. But just in general, I feel like people are a bit inconsistent in what they deem unfair and fair.
Yeah, but I do have to say I agree with Nano with what he said about like for example Rainbow Road one. At some point you're not racing anymore, in my opinion. Like there are certain shortcuts that's just but yeah, in general I feel like most of the shortcuts, at least in Speedstorm, I think they're fine. But that's my opinion, of course.
I do think it's regardless of everyone's standpoint, I think it's in a way I think it was kind of one of those things that kind of had to happen, because I think every problematic thing that arises in competitive Speedstorm, you kind of like use it for the future, or use it as a reference to kind of better understand what people are looking for in the competitive scene. So, I was glad that, cooler heads prevailed and we were able to use it as a learning experience.
Exactly.
I think that's the main thing. That's the main thing.
And and that is, I guess, that's some of the history with the World Cup. If the people in divisions didn't really know some of the history, that's some of the things that happen and why the divisions is the way it is now. And it's just you learn from the past and you keep on making steps to make the next one even better and bigger. So yeah, that was some of the World Cup stuff. So I guess we can move to the divisions. How do you feel like the divisions is going, how the tournaments compare to the World Cup? Like how do you feel about all that?
In my opinion, I feel like, especially as like the hosts, I feel like we have improved vastly compared to the World Cup. Because, like I said, just that our captains are doing all the rule change and everything, I think it's a lot easier for us, but it's also way more, like captains have way more to do, whenever that makes sense. Like, being a captain it means something now. And I think it's great for everyone, basically, for all teams, because everyone has like their own voice now, and like the hosts, of course, we get to do the rule changes, but we are, at least in the rule changes, we are equals to the captains, and I think that's a great change in general. I'm happy that we did that. I also have to say, right now the divisions are very unbalanced, but then again, the World Cup was too, because Group A and Group B was not on equal footing. Yeah, because at least to me it felt like Premier Division was like, basically you had like the Dons, of course, who were probably gonna win it all. Then you had like Low End Thunder and Brazilians who were gonna fight for second. And then you had Stream Snipers, who, in my opinion, was gonna fight for fourth with Space Capital, and then you had Darkside Riders, who were probably gonna be sixth. And so like a lot of and I had in rival divisions, especially, like the rival division was just decided already before it started. In my opinion, like if you look at the teams, in my opinion at least, and yeah, like to me it's a problem, and the lowest division is the most competitive of them all, you know. But I am very happy.
That's true.
But I am very happy that how divisions in general is shaping out. I am very much enjoying it, and I'm seeing a lot of people enjoying it as well. And that's basically my opinion on it.
I wanted to ask you guys. My bad. No, I guess I'll. You could say your statement, but I kind of wanted to ask you guys. Do you guys feel like the World Cup was kind of like the breakout thing for competitive?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, like I said before, it brought all the different groups within SPEEDSTORM, so French, Spanish, South Americans, Brazilians, brought them all together into one tournament, and everyone sticked around for the rest of competitive because they liked the World Cup. They sticked around and made that's why it kept growing as well, because the more people you have in the tournament and that are enjoying it, the more people will join, because those people will tell those people to come in and join into this competitive scene, because ranked is dead in the water, and you can boost yourself, yourself to MP40 with the level 1. So
exactly,
I the World Cup was definitely the kickstart to competitive SPEEDSTORM, and since then it has only improved in a way I could have never imagined. Really. It's been we had 18 teams last season, 16 teams I think in the first one. No, 12 teams in the first one, 18 teams in the second one, and we're already at 18 teams for the third one. So we keep growing, which is to impressive numbers. There's like 250 people, I think, in the Discord. Something we never reached with the epic ups.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
like
at least 100 people are playing every week with it, which is a crazy number, of course.
Yeah.
For a competitive scene, for a game that's not that big. So we are really glad with that, and it's just become a very large community event that of course, we are the host, put out the announcements, and we give captains threads, and we give them updates and votes. But many things are done by the captain now voting, and with the website now coming, which is of course also from a community perspective. Like Doobie made that one.
Shout out to
live. Shout out to Doobie indeed. So that's also something that's coming out from the community and not from us as host, and that's gonna make it even easier for us as host, but also easier for the captains. That's just such a big improvement, and everybody's already enjoying the stats on it. But I know as a host that I will enjoy a lot more that everyone can just fill out the bands on the site, and we have nothing to do with it anymore.
Exactly.
It takes a lot of work away from us, and it gives teams their bands right away. They can see the bands as soon as both teams have put them in, which is just massive.
Yeah. That's one of the things I feel like. I was like, yo, every team has one rule change a season. I was like, our team, we have to make a rule change to where teams got to have their bands in ASAP, like within like 48 hours of the track drums. And if they don't, their band just default to what they had the week prior. I think that would be a good rule change because I think it does
Well,
take
it
too
has
long for the
changed.
bans.
Yeah, now
Okay.
it's
We have a change like that already.
now
Okay.
it's basically if I'm saying something wrong, please, but like basically you have to have your bans before the end of Tuesday, basically.
Okay, yeah, that's
Wednesday.
good.
And if you
Yeah,
don't,
you have
and
to
if
fill them in before Thursday. Yeah.
yeah, well, sorry, before Thursday, and if you don't, you just don't get any bans, basically.
Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry to quickly add on to what Neil said about like the teams. Like, if you told me in the Epic Cup days that we would have 16 teams and 100 players playing every week, I would not believe you, because I still remember texting Neil like, "Oh my God, the one teams was joined and now we have 18 people signed up, bro. That's
Such a big difference. Yeah, it's such a big difference.
I was so
We should not
excited.
take this for granted. It's
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
the number that we have right now, but it's just because of so many community members joined in from different communities, to getting all the different people in. Because something that we aren't very good at is promoting an event. That's just one of our weaknesses that we noticed during the Epic Cups and Duo Cups, and now we have a strong community that promotes it for us, basically, which is great to see.
Yeah.
And it keeps growing that way, and we'll see where it goes. I don't want it to grow too big, because that still means we will have way more work. But if we have 32 teams, well, we'll still be there. We probably improve or increase our hosting team, and we will still be able to do it, I think.
Quick question. I know there's new kart racers coming out on the horizon. Sonic Cross Worlds, Mario Kart 9 or 10, whatever it's called. Do you think you guys would ever host tournaments for like another kart racer, or you think you would just stick to making tournaments for SPEEDSTORM?
For me, that's too early to say. That really depends on the kart racer, how many people are playing it, if it's paid or not. That is, it is a big part in the end, because it usually means there's less players unless it's a really good game. So maybe that Sonic game, if it gets some crazy numbers, we can look into it. But it helps that there's already some people playing kart races, playing our tournaments. So if they go into those kind of games, you might be able to get the tournaments to Sonic as well, and then we have a solid start for tournaments, and who knows where we can grow to. But I personally enjoy the game myself as well, to host tournaments in it. So that is gonna be a big part for me to get involved. But maybe if I don't enjoy it, maybe someone else will, and then we can have a server for boats. For both games. I don't know. We really have to see. It's too early to say that right now, at least for me.
Exactly that. I agree with Neil. So like, I would very much be open to trying it, especially if like a lot of people are switching to another game. But it's also like to say it right now is difficult, because also, of course, a thing that SPEEDSTORM has that Crossworlds or Mario Kart will not is that SPEEDSTORM is free. So like a lot of people, so like the what's it called in English? There are a lot less obstacles to get into SPEEDSTORM than there is in a Mario Kart or Crossworlds, for example. So I think like doing that, like I said, I'm very much open for it. But saying right now if that would be a good idea or not, we'll just we'll have to wait until to see how many people actually are interested in paying for a game, and then if we pay for a game while they're playing this one basically for free, even though they're probably paying more money in this game.
Still,
hey, you might
You know what's so crazy, bro?
you might save some money on a $70 game versus
You know,
SPEEDSTORM.
for sure. No,
I'm not gonna lie. I was just about to say that I low-key feel like the barrier for entry, surface level, it looks like SPEEDSTORM is easier to get into because it's free. But I feel like a good argument is that you will probably end up spending more money on SPEEDSTORM.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree.
You have to play for at least a year, I think, to get most racers up and running. You need for competitive SPEEDSTORM, because if you need like if you miss like 5 crucial, let's say you miss a Sally and a Wolf maybe, or a Jasmine, you basically
Violet, missing Violet too.
Let's say there's somebody
the meta,
like let's say there's somebody who's like really into competitive kart racers and stuff like that, and they come across SPEEDSTORM, and then like they see that there's a competitive scene. They're like, oh snap, like, yo, how do I get into this? And then we tell them like, yo, you got to unlock the whole roster if you want to play. And they're like, what? Like, what do you mean? I got to unlock the whole roster.
That's true. Yeah.
And they're like, when can I get the other characters? And we're like, I don't know. You probably
We'll
have.
never know,
don't
bro.
spend any
To be
money. You
lucky.
might have a year or something. And it's like, man, this some bullshit. I'm out.
How long has
So,
it been
I
since
don't
we
know.
saw a Gaston event, for example? You can't really get
I
Gaston
don't
outside of an
know,
event
bro.
or another mid-season race. So you're gonna be screwed if you're not
Yeah.
there from the start with the mid-seasons mostly. And you can work around it if you have a team that does have all the characters, so you can play the characters you have. But
Mhm.
I think it will be
that's
less
true.
enjoyable if you see everyone beating your ass with a Jasmine and yours is still locked.
Yeah, no, for
I'll-
sure. That's true.
I will say this tournament format you guys have, I think, is unique and different. Than and I've been in different kart racing tournaments, so I think like having this style of competition in like another game, I think would be interesting to say the least. So,
Yeah.
Are we talking about the new one or the current one?
Well, like
I mean,
this-
it's the same. Like, I'm gonna say Caleb means like that you can like use certain characters only twice, for example. I think that's what
Oh,
Caleb
okay.
means, right?
yeah, whether using characters twice, having teams, doing it's just like
Yeah.
stuff you don't usually see.
Exactly. I also think, and that's what I think SPEEDSTORM gives to this tournament. I don't know how it's gonna be about crossworlds, but like just the fact that every character has their own unique ability and their own class. Like, for example, Mario Kart doesn't have that. So like saying, hey, you can only use every character twice, doesn't really have as much value
Mean
in Mario
anything,
Kart
yeah.
for as I said, as
There's also a
SPEEDSTORM.
difference, yeah. That's
Yep.
why I like this game as well, because there's so much variety in the characters.
Yeah.
That's true.
It feels
Shout out to
great.
Double Dash. It took the spirit of Double Dash, which I don't know why Nintendo got rid of that shit, and it made it his own and made it good. Because I feel like every character should feel unique and have their own abilities.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, everyone's just playing the same one over and over and over. I think it would get
Now
very
that-
stale very quickly.
now that you think about it, we shit on Speedstorm a lot, but now that y'all talking about it, like Speedstorm does have some good, like there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. But if we're talking about the good, the unique character abilities, the different classes, because there's a lot of kart racers that don't have a defender or a
Yeah.
trickster or a brawler
Yep.
class. So yeah, maybe that is why I feel like tournaments and Speedstorm feel different, because this
Yeah.
game just has some unique elements that other kart racers don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
we found a way
Monetization kills
to.
it. It's just, the gameplay
Yeah.
is super good, but monetization kills
Yeah.
the game. That's basically
Mhm.
the main issue. The game loves greediness because they have a great kart racer. Like I
Yeah.
said, I've only played one, but I feel like this is very quick-paced. A lot of abilities. You can use them in 3 different ways. Some of them, maybe even 4. Many tactical decisions you can make, unless instead of the bullets on a Mario Kart or the what is it, the little cloud thingy.
Yep.
It's just the same over and over again. And if you get the fire skill here,
Items
you
in
can
this game have
nuke the
way more
lobby.
depth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Way more depth. Yeah, that's why I think I prefer this game over Mario Kart.
Another underrated thing I don't think people pay attention to is the camera angles of how close the camera is to the cart and how that makes the illusion of speed, and it makes it feel like you're going faster.
Yeah.
Because I think one thing there are some kart racers that are good examples of this. The camera is too far away from the cart, so it doesn't look like you're going that fast, and it's not as immersive. But one of the things this game does well is it has the camera close to the cart, so it really feels a little bit more immersive. Some other ones, and I don't know. I know some of y'all haven't played other kart racers, but like I don't know, when we compare it, DreamWorks Racing or the other ones, man, sometimes the camera angle's just too far.
No, I agree.
So yeah, there's some good things about it. So yeah, I just wanted to pick y'all brain about because the tournaments is a big thing of Speedstorm. So I was just thinking if this possibly could be brought to another game, but yeah, as you guys said, we'll have to see how these other games are and see how that works. But Until then, hey, we still gonna be going strong here because that's one of the things we talked about. It's like when Mario Kart or Sonic Racing comes out, I'm going to be on those games, but I'm also still going to come back to this one for the tournaments, for the community tournaments, for the World Cups, for the divisions, because I do think that aspect of this game is valuable and fun and enjoyable.
Without the tournaments, I think out of 250 players on our server, I think 200 would have quit by now.
Yeah, I would not be playing anymore. I'm gonna be.
I agree.
Neither would I. I would have already quit a long time ago if there wasn't any competitive scene because ranked so that the events are just short.
Yeah, I'm already
I'm glad we did it.
Struggling to do complete all my events. I used to be on top of my shit, but the drive it ain't as potent as it was. So without
the events feel like chores, man.
Bro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They are.
You have to do 10 races to unlock a loot box that might give you one shard or something like that. Like, what the hell? In the race, it'd be like, oh, let's have 4 laps. Like, yeah, we're gonna only do 1 lap in rank, but for some reason these events we got like a bunch of laps on the longest map.
Yeah,
so you can get 1 crew member. Yeah, it'd be too much, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had 3 months of the same dash event in a game, right?
Yes.
Here's the thing.
That was Finkelstein, Finkelstein.
Yeah, I got burnt. I stopped doing those, bro. I can't.
I'm clear.
Maybe to get
few mates without it, so.
Yeah, sometimes for crew, but yeah, it just feels like I'm just crypto farming or something. I don't know, but it's just they need to do something better. I think one of the yeah, I think we were talking about the good, the bad, the ugly. One of the ugly about this game. What was I about to say? I kind of lost my train of thought, but yeah, I have to come back to it.
I do have a question.
I did want to ask.
Go ahead, Sammy.
Speaking how I know it's a bit of a ways from what we were just talking about, but I did want to ask, with the brief pauses in between the divisions in terms of the team format and the solos, I know that you guys mentioned you did a duos tournament before. Was there any thought behind bringing that back for divisions, possibly?
I actually have thought about doing a tournament in between the division seasons, but I haven't brought it up to the hosts yet. So, but yeah, I thought that would be a nice idea. But a lot of people like the solo tournaments because it's basically the only time you get to really just race for yourself. If that makes sense. So that's why I haven't suggested it yet.
Yeah, and I think duos does have a team element to it, and I just think team element's probably better with 4 than 2. But not 2 could work, but
I mean,
during season 1, of course we had Nano's list released. All I heard after that was, "Are you guys gonna host any solos? Solos."
Yeah,
I mean,
50 times a day.
So we needed
solos. Yeah,
and the reason. Because like I said earlier, a lot of the legends of this game were determined based on the solo Epic Cup results. So, I felt like that was something that maybe we need to bring back.
The Epic Cup was solos in the group phase, and then you went to the final and you got a partner. So it was half solo, half duo. But yeah, indeed, you had to be good at the game to get to the final, and then you need to be lucky to get next year as your partner, basically. That's how it went there.
I remember what I was going to say with the good, bad, ugly, with the events that Nano was talking about, how it feels like a chore. I think one of the issues is they have a lot of offline events against the AI bots, but the issue is the bots are dumb. I've played racing games like Gran Turismo 7. They actually have very intelligent AI, and they can outrace humans and shit. But in this game, once you get ahead, the AI just kind of falls back, and it doesn't really feel like you're racing nobody. That's the issue with this game. They need a more intelligent CPU, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Caleb. I don't think the intelligence of the CPUs was making me not want to do the advanced.
I don't
think it matters.
I don't think it's an issue for me either, but I do have to agree with Caleb though, because right now all of the offline content is basically just a level check. If you level high enough, yes, okay, you'll win. If it's not, then you lose. Basically, that's all it is. There's not like I would really much like it. Like for example, if I'm 10 levels lower than that is then recommended, but I'm racing better than these AIs, that I still can win. But that's just not possible, you know. And that's I would have to agree with Caleb on that. Like if they make just
you know they don't want to do that, bro.
Oh no, for sure, yeah, they're not gonna do that at all. Because at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a phone game. That's just how it is, you know.
There are some events where it's possible, but they're super ultra rare, and it's usually where there are 8 skips on the track that the AI can't or won't do. But yeah.
Hey, yeah, that's where the exploits come in handy when you freaking level 30 Kermit and the recommended levels to 45 and you still win somehow.
Yeah, precisely. That's where you get some satisfaction, but other than that, it's just it's chores. Same with ranked first 16, 23 MPRs on solos. Yeah, that feels the same to me, and that's why I barely rank up my characters anymore.
Okay,
you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is their AI like control like racers can actually be good. Like I've caught these motherfuckers bunny hop, even though they say it's an exploit. The AI does it too. I've caught them do it. So like that's crazy to think that their AI cannot be as good because like it's programmed for them to actually do really well. It's just they don't make them a lot more aggressive.
The way it's implemented is bad. They're really good if you're a lower level, under leveled, but then like I think Cedric said, once you are the same level or higher, a level check, all of a sudden the AI just becomes freaking incapable of racing. It just kind of it's so strange.
They be bumping into walls and stuff, and it's crazy, bro.
Especially if they're testing bringing bots to ranked. I don't know if you ever noticed that in the high ranked NPR, sometimes you'll get bot lobbies. I think they're trying to prep ranked with bots again. But here's the thing: if you're gonna add bots, it has to feel like I'm actually racing against somebody. I'm not trying to get into a bot lobby. I pull ahead by 100 meters, and then all of a sudden the race is pretty much GG's at that point. Like, that's not fun.
I do have to say, back in the early seasons, like season 1, 2, maybe 3, I don't know for sure, bots in ranked were definitely a thing, and they would fuck you up, bro. They would not win because you were basically like you would get like 1v1 and then 6 bots, and those 6 bots would pile on one guy, and the other guy would just drive away, and then the other guy would just get second because they will just get dog shit on by every single bot around.
And which character was the worst to get as a bot?
I don't know actually anymore.
Donald Duck.
Oh yeah, that's true. Donald Duck would fuck everyone. Donald Duck would fuck you up, bro. He would fuck you up.
Duck would stun you 8 times. As a bot. And just the guy in second, not the one in first that is like 8 miles away.
Yeah, the guy in first is gone. But yeah,
it's gone. And
those bots
just
never been.
Sure, you are racing.
Yeah, the bots have never been, but they will fuck up one guy's race.
You know, I have a theory. I feel like the reason why they add some characters that are broken as hell, like Barbosa, is simply because in the events it's harder for you to complete the events because now you got to go against a bot that is freaking Barbosa or fucking Ariel or Sally, and now it's harder for like a good player to kind of cheat the system when the OP bot in your lobby is Sally. I don't know if y'all noticed.
They're trying to sell epic characters and season passes. They're also epic characters and season passes.
Yeah, I mean that, but if we want to put our tinfoil hat on, it do be seamless. I will say it is harder to, like, let's say like the recommended level is 40, you're level 35. Before you might have been able to do it because some of the characters weren't as OP, but now it's like I got to go against a bot that is kicking my ass with Barbosa or Sally or Jack Skellington. Like, yeah, it's definitely the more meta characters that come out, the harder it's going to be to finish some of these events under level. But I will say, I guess just to get back on the tournament, man, like, how do y'all feel about the the solo tournament compared to divisions? And how do y'all feel like the solo tournament went compared to the Epic Cup? Because the first solo tournament had a big turnout. So, yeah, I just want to get your opinion on that.
As a host, I very much dislike the first couple tournaments because everything was chaotic. People were not showing up, and like everyone was just expecting us as hosts to have everything ready. Like everything would work. I remember some guys coming up in the chat and they were like, "Bro, this is like this tournament was all over the place. This sucked, bro." And I'm like, "Screw you, bro. This is the first time of doing this as well." I'm like, but yeah. So like as a host, the first 2 weeks, I think. I really disliked the solo tournaments because everything because like there was a lot of chaos. No one was prepared. Like people did not show up, and then you're like, hey, what do I do? Like you have to wait 5 minutes. Meanwhile, everyone else is waiting to start the race. Then random people join the lobby, and they were like, oh well, it's a tournament, you can join. Yeah. Then people get annoyed at you. Then people start
disrespecting characters.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? I remember in the Epic Cup, Zuzu wouldn't sign up, but he would always get in because people wouldn't show.
Exactly, bro.
I don't know why he did it. Yeah, he did that. He did it that way.
Yeah.
Man,
I guess just to
Yeah,
make
that's true.
might be part of them annoyed that he has Susu. I think Susu enjoys that.
Yeah.
To come back to the topic, divisions is my baby, so no tournaments will ever win against divisions.
But I do have to say,
yeah.
Go ahead.
The solos, like said, were very chaotic. We did 4 in a row or 3 in a row. We're already shaving 1 off for this break we have now, so we have 2 tournaments instead of 3 or 4. Hoping we can organize it better. I think Wolf said he wants to be on top of that one because, well, Seth and I are the ones that are most on the divisions out of the host, and the 4 weeks break is not there just for the teams, but also for his hosts.
Yeah, I like the break. I like the break, to be honest. It's
I think it's fresh. Yeah.
Me too. But I was gonna say, as a player, I really like the solo tournaments. It also really brought back a lot of confidence for me because I did say I felt like a season 1 I didn't play very well in the division, and I was very disappointed with myself. And then in the first solo tournament, I almost beat Dino at some point. I was like, you know what, maybe I'm fine. And then the second week, I won the dev group, so I was like, you know what, it's fine. All right. I guess I can still hang, I can still hang with the youngins. But yeah, I did really like the solo tournament. I did really like it. So as a player, I really liked it.
Yeah, I think it was necessary. I liked it. I liked the competition, the solo stuff. With the top 100 list, I feel like it helped kind of solidify who some of the top players are and giving them a chance to shine. And it's like the game. It's a flash of how the game is supposed to be played. Ideally, like I think when the developers originally created, I'm not talking about the monetization team, the actual good cart developers that made this game. I think it was supposed to be a lobby full of 8 racers, everybody solo for themselves, and it's supposed to be chaos. And we get a little bit of that in the solo tournaments, which is why I appreciate them. Not that at teams, obviously we get chaos in teams, but it's a little different because you're not trying to hit your teammates. You got to look out. But solos, I feel like is how the game was supposed to be played, but then ranked ended up being a hot mess of 1v1s and stuff. So
yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate solos. I think it's good competition. I like going against the top players. I think it's something that I think is good having alongside, the team divisions as well. So I like both. But yeah, I really did have fun and appreciated the 4 solo tournaments y'all hosted. It was good.
I will try to keep hosting them for sure, but we already noticed that many others in the community are now starting tournaments when the season is over, which is a good thing. That means
That's true.
that means more people are trying it out, hosting tournaments. We will see different kinds of formats. It's always fun for people to try out new formats.
With
Take
that being,
some load off our
yeah.
shoulders as well.
yeah, I think yeah. By the way, I just want to plug in Angels Family Cup. There is a solo tournament. Since it will be Saturday, Angels, since the division finals is on Sunday. What are you thinking, Angel?
Yeah, that's it's gonna be on. It's gonna be on Saturday at 1:00 Eastern Standard Time.
Yep.
Yeah, because that was the main thing. Like, I didn't want to like set a date yet until I knew exactly when the finals was happening, because I didn't want to overlap or give too much in one day and then, you know what I mean. So that's why I did it.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow.
Yeah, so yeah, and there will be a cash prize. There's $60 of earnings to win. In first place, you get $30. For second place, you get $20, and for third place, you get $10. So, hey, that might get you a whole season of SpeedStorm stuff or whatever you want to spend it on. But
Big shout out
yeah,
to
Sandbox.
Sandbox is the reason why we had this big $60 cash prize. Sandbox wanted
Shout out
to
Sandbox.
make it a little spicy this week. So I was like, yo, let's do it.
Apparently, we have whales on our team. That's something I didn't know.
Yeah,
Lowlands are rich, rich
exactly.
boys.
Yeah. How do you think? How do you guys think we got Falcon, bro? Like,
Oh yeah, that's
Sandbox
fair.
pulled him as well, bro. You
You
need like
find out.
It's the
Sandbox-
$100.
Oh, we gave him
exactly.
$100.
That's
Damn,
usual Falcon,
this
bro.
is a special, man.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Sandbox learned, bro. Sandbox learned.
also, what's it called? We do have extra Sonic Cross World code. So if you want the code, man, all you gotta do is just let us know. And subscribe. Let us know you subscribe to the podcast, man. We'll get you that fucking code. And subscribing on YouTube is free. I know on Twitch it costs money, but on YouTube it's free. So subscribe on YouTube. Let us know you want a code for the game, and we'll hook you up. So
Speaking
But you're on
Just want that.
69 subscribers. You don't want any more subs.
Your boy just got the
nah, maybe we don't.
Okay,
Okay, 169. We go to 169.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
the 169 subscriber gets the code.
Good deal.
Oh man. Okay.
But
okay.
okay, we were talking about the solo tournaments and lists. In your guys' opinion, who do y'all think is the best player in the SpeedStorm?
Me, bro,
Curious
easy.
to hear. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hey, you can argue.
I let Cedric start so I can think a bit.
Y'all, you can either give us the number one player, or you can give us your top 10 if you want, or something like that.
Like all time or now?
Right now.
Shit, you can say.
How
think,
about you can do both? You
say
can do all
both.
time and right now. Yeah, how about both?
Like it would have been nice if you asked us that before, and so we could like prepare. Now you just ask us
On the spot.
On the fly.
Yeah,
It's
that's crazy.
crazy.
like a one-winged angel gets like gets like a whole ass month to make his list, and we get 10 minutes, bro.
Okay, maybe just number one. Just number one.
To be
no.
fair, y'all just picking one. You just picking one or two players, so it's different.
Hey, maybe
man.
top two. I don't know.
I'm kidding. I know. Who I think is the best right now? I would say. Actually, I need to think, bro. That's a crazy ass question to just answer like that, bro. Like
It's
Don't
so
worry, man.
close.
You ain't gonna get crucified, man.
It's so close in top 10 as well.
it's really not about me being crucified. It's just like I just don't know. Right? I just don't know immediately who would be the best, because it's very close in my opinion.
Okay.
It's taking quite some time. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is sorry, bro. I honestly think. Wait, let me pull up the site, so I'm not saying anything.
All right. For being top 10, 6 dots. That's easy.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Easy.
Oh, sure, buddy.
Wolf is top 10. Wolf is currently top 10.
Oh, you're not even
yeah,
ranking
for
them.
sure.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, maybe after that. So 6 dons, Wolf. Gotta give Ferrari for my team. spot as well. So I'm at how many? 8. The last, there's like 6 people that could be on the last 2 spots. And then I'm thinking, well, we have two snipers, Caleb and one mid could be there, Sandbox could be there. Maybe those 3. So I would say, if I have to pick one that doesn't get top 10 out of Sandbox, one winged Caleb. So I'm afraid gonna be Mr. Caleb for now. 11th, sorry.
Oh, you got me out of the top 10?
Yeah, 11th. 11th.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Welcome to the
It's,
Crashout.
It's tight at the top right now.
For me, quickly, I think the 6 dons as well, because we're not ranking apparently. Then you see that is easy, you know. The 6 dons. I think Santos and Ferrari. And then I'm gonna say Wolf. I'm gonna say Wolf and Manji actually. That's my top 10.
Hey, shout out Manji.
Oh.
Hey, no shade to Sandwalks, but hey, me and him be going. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that's fine, bro.
Hey,
we
that's
going
why it's
in.
so close, man. That's why it's so close.
I don't know who got the advantage. I don't know who do. Sandbox, are you there?
It's and best player for the bingos out there is Toxic.
Okay.
Something else, bro.
Okay, so basically, okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, I mean no disrespect, Mr. Caleb. I think you're one of the best
Nah, you
players
meant all
in the
disrespect,
game,
bro.
though.
All disrespect.
Nah,
You know,
I think you're on.
like I said, I'll come out with my list. You know, I just want to pick your brain on it. You know.
That's fine. I'm just basing it like I'm gonna be honest, Mr. Caleb. Every time we were in the same group in the solo tournament, I had more points than you, bro. Just like. So.
Hey, man.
Oh, we get
Here's the thing:
Listen,
there's
Cedric goated,
RNG.
man. Cedric
There's
goated.
RNG. I know when it comes to like the group stage before the finals, when there's less chaos and it's kind of like a 1v1. I've beaten some of the top players. I think I will say honestly, when it comes to me and like the solo tournaments in the finals, I kind of just like get the fucking short end of the stick of some of the fucking abilities. I'll be getting fucked up. I'll be getting sabotaged.
I agree, bro. But
So you know, it's a little the chaos is kind of harder to navigate.
I agree. But Caleb, I have to ask, in your list then, am I above you or not?
What do you think, Seth? I don't think.
I know. I am probably below Caleb, and
You know what's
think
crazy? I haven't really thought about that. It's close. I think you've earned a lot of respect.
Like I said, honestly, I think I am below you on the list. I'm gonna be honest, but like. What I'm trying to say is you can't really just base it off of the solo tournament and everything, or like just stats, because if you're going to base it on a solo tournament, to be honest, Caleb, I am a better player than you because I performed better in the final when we were in the same group, and I won the dev group multiple times, and I won the dev group before the finals. But like I said, I think you're a better player than I am. I'm gonna be so honest, but I'm just saying if you're gonna base it on stats, you might draw the short end of the stick, bro.
Hey, you know, I've been trying to step it up, you know, a little bit, but you know, I have my showings and I have my failures. But I will say, you know, that's an argument. I will say when we talk about top players, if we're going off solos, like. Wolf is kind of killing it, and so is Falcon. So I'll just say that.
Yeah, and both of them are in my top 10.
Yeah, I honestly, Wolf really moved up the list. I'll say that, but you know, no spoilers.
Sure.
But yeah, it's all interesting. But I will say I do have a better understanding of the dynamic of my skill compared to others, as well as you know, everybody else, because of all of these tournaments. So I do appreciate it for that.
Yeah, we need to in the end.
Yeah, at some point everybody races everybody so much that you're gonna get wins on people. So
Yeah, but it's consistency and also like death groups and like what type of, are you winning in hard lobbies consistently? That says something. So
And
I agree.
talking about consistency, Mr. Caleb, I do have to glaze you a little bit though, because based on the average score after 5 weeks, you are number 4. So that's yeah. So congratulations to you, man.
I appreciate it. I try to hold it down for the team. I was kind of upset I wasn't able to play against the space capital letters. They did me dirty. But, I was like, with the races that I do have, I'll try to maximize the speedsters the best I can or something like that. So
Yeah, you didn't play defenders, right? Or...
yeah, I did once and I did good, but
okay.
I want to do it.
Never mind then.
Then we shave 1 point off on average.
Ah. But because Angel, we had to give Angel a try the speedsters, which he did really good on. Mr. Number 1 speedster for 10 races. So, but yeah,
That's good, man. I did want to ask. Go ahead, Caleb.
I was like, yeah, I did see it. I was like, yo, I'm like, how did I get 4th overall? That's wild. Let me find out.
No, but I did want to ask, how do you guys feel about, the splitting up of teams after the season of divisions, whatnot? Like, how has it affected things for you guys?
You mean the leaving and new teams splitting, or
Yeah.
Yeah, it has affected us. It's the main reason we are going for the new format that we announced today. We've stuck with this division system since season 1, and we did it in season 2. Right from the start, when I made this format, I knew there was one massive flaw, and that when people would leave and new teams would join, that would make divisions unbalanced, potentially very unbalanced if many teams left and many teams joined. As we see this season, 5 teams are leaving and 5 teams are joining. And if we kept the system we have right now, we would have teams that finished 5th in the rival division be in the Premier division, and that's things we don't want to see. And the lowest division would have three teams with a former Dons player, I think, DT UK and DT USA. So that's a premier worthy division, if you ask me. So we had to shake it up based on all those people leaving. I'm glad that teams let me know very early they were not going to compete in season 3. That helped us get onto it. But we as hosts basically agreed right away that we had to change the system, because this couldn't hold balancing wise. We would have stomp games every week, and that would not be fun for the one stomping and the one being stomped. So we hope that this new system, we will probably have some stomp games in week 1, but after that it should balance it out by itself, and it should be future proof. So new teams will just be added on the bottom of the ladder, but if they win the first game, they are already on top of the ladder. So we don't have all the we don't have to put a puzzle and put everyone in the right division every time and make some unfair decision, dropping people down, putting people up. So I'm glad we went with this, and I hope it works and it gives more balancing than the system.
I like the new system because before we had 3 leagues, the Premier, the Rival, and the Rising. But now it's let's say a team that was in the Rising League, like BRZ Animal, they could potentially, if they keep winning races with the new system, they could be going against the Dons, or they could be going against Lowland Thunder if they keep winning or something like that. So
yeah, that's what
I do like. Yeah, how if your team is performing well, then you get to keep on moving up and going against higher competition. I like that, and you ain't got to wait a whole season for it.
Yeah,
or even 2 seasons, because there's now 3 divisions. So if a great new team joins, we have these T-timers. That sounds like a sweaty team to me. They have to wait 2 seasons to get to the rest of to get to the Premier division.
To their actual level of competition, basically.
That's gonna take at least half a year to get there. That's way too long.
Yeah.
We can't have a team stomp people
Exactly.
for 6 months. They will get bored, and the rest of the teams will probably say, "Well, I'm out. Not having this every week." So that's why we do
Yeah.
this, and I hope it works. I think it will work.
Yeah. To also add on to the question, I think in a vacuum, so not just like looking at all the teams in general, I think it's great that like some teams are just, especially the Dons. Like I really like the Dons, but like like having 6 people in the top 10 in one team is just not very
Which-
ideal for competitive.
We were talking about it. It goes back to Zuzu. We talk about Zuzu likes the easy way out. The whole reason that exists because he's like, I'm only going to enter this tournament if I can get the best players in the game on my team. Like that's wild.
So like in a vacuum, I think it's great that like new teams are getting made and that the older teams are getting disbanded. But like Neil said, in the system right now, that's like in the system right now because of all the teams are getting added to the bottom because that made the most sense. But that means that like teams like KNC and BRZ Bestial will always be in the bottom, just getting shit on by all the new teams every season again and again and again, and they will just never get anywhere else. And also like Neil said, the good teams who are like Premier Division worthy would have to like wait basically 4 months to get there. So it like I know not all people may agree with our choice because, for example, S tier speedsters right now in the system, they would be in the Premier Division right now in season 3. And I understand that they might not like a change because then of course they won't be a Premier Division anymore.
I guess they probably feel like, you know, the thing that they were working so hard to get no longer exists anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is, they work so hard to get to the rival division, but because so many teams are leaving, they just get instantly up to the Premier Division, and that's the problem.
They would have stuck in the rival division in this case, but we would have Speedstorm Academy or Le Filet du Bocal going to the Premier division now.
I'm sorry.
And I got a message from them today asking what's gonna happen, with which division are we gonna be? We don't really want to go to the Premier. We want to stay in the second division. I said, well, we're gonna change the whole system around. They have more balanced matches, but so that already showed that there's even teams out there that don't want to go too high in the ranking because they will get stomped.
That actually makes
I'm
sense.
sorry.
People want to play where they feel like they're, you know, they should be placed at.
Yeah.
Or
sorry, go ahead.
Or like in an environment where they can actually like test and show off their skill, because it's hard to show your skill or develop it when you're just constantly going against the top 6 players. So yeah, sometimes you need to be in like a lower league so you can kind of get that confidence up. You know what I'm saying? All of that.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so like I think this system, I like it as well. And although not everyone might like it, I think in the long run, I think this is the best for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we hope that knockouts give some more spice at the end as well.
Yeah, I like it. Every team basically has the potential to fight for the championship, basically.
Yeah.
Because like, let's say you're in the Rising League, it doesn't matter how. If you score 1,000 points, you're not going to be in the the championship because you're in the lower league or division. But now it's like, it don't matter where you start. Everybody can fight for that number 1 spot. So I like that.
Exactly.
You should have something to play for every week because your ranking matters for where you get put into the schedule of the knockouts, and of course in which half you will end up at the end of the season. So there's not going to be any matches that no one cares about, not even the teams. Every match should matter for the coming season. We now have teams that lost the first 2 games and then we're playing to just stay in 3rd or 4th. They lost interest after 2 games, and we hope that this system keeps people on their toes and gives more spicy matches at the end, give an ultimate victor for both halves. So everyone has something to play for on their own level. That was a specific request from the lower teams to have a lower half as well, so we're not putting everyone together. It was a reasonable ask, so we're gonna try it out. And if there's stuff that doesn't work as well as we thought in the system, we will slightly adjust it. I hope that's all we need. and I think we can only win this once or twice before we are at the World Cup. So it's gonna be a longer system as well. We only had 6 matches in the former divisions. Now we will have 6 matches in the league and then the knockouts. So you could see a season take like 10 weeks, and maybe even longer if we do some breaks in between. We may do some weeks where we don't have matches, so people can have a week off, because we feel like teams are asking for that a little bit more and more, because it's a bit intense to play every week. But yeah, I am confident this system will work. We've thought long and hard about this. It's finally the solution to the balancing problem, and I hope teams are behind it and will enjoy it.
Yeah, Mr. Poppy can confirm we have been talking about this quite a lot in the host chat about how to do it.
And Mr. Crusher, yeah.
Mr. Crusher as well.
That we all agree that something had to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally we give the captains influence about basically every rule, but this is so this is such a big part. It's just the format, it's just the whole tournament. We as hosts decide the tournaments we want to host, like the format we want to. So I felt like we should have just implemented it. It's the wisest thing to do. If this would have been voted the way, I think the division would have died. So we had to do it this way for now. I hope we didn't offend any captains and hosts and teams with this. The host, and I felt like this was such a big thing. We had to do it. There was no other choice. And I know that some people will benefit from it and some won't. That's always with a change. It hurts some and it benefits some. But in the long run, this will make everyone a lot more happy.
Isn't there like a some type of like bye week for people?
By a week?
Is there like yeah.
It's been talked about, but I don't think there is supposed to be one. But I might be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, do you mean a break for everyone else, for every team, or you mean a bye for a specific team?
I was talking about for everyone.
Yeah. We're still considering that a little, because we had a lot of rule changes this season that made life heavier for teams that got approved. But we also saw a lot of rule changes that get suggested, as you know, as a captain, of course, that wants to make life easier for teams, and that usually got denied, but with a small margin. So there are a lot of teams that want to have an easier life on the in format. So we might look into giving more breaks, but that would mean a season takes longer. It would mean we have less solo tournaments, and it would also mean that if you didn't join into this division season, you will have to wait a lot longer to join the next one. So it's choices we have to make.
A lot of things to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's hosting for you. A lot of things you have to think about. A lot of thought processes behind the scenes, of course. But we do discuss a lot of things, and we don't do anything stupid that we don't think is gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think I'm actually looking forward to this next season. I think I'm really intrigued by the new teams. And I mean, we're technically still in the second season of Division, so there's still a lot of time for more teams to join. And I'm still seeing people like steadily join the server too, so it's actually a pretty good thing.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited about the new season, especially also because there are surprisingly a lot of new teams. I did not expect, I honestly expected there to be a dip in season 3 for some reason, because a lot of teams were leaving. But it looks like we'll be just fine. So I'm very excited about.
Many found a new team. That's what I'm noticing as well. Many teams disbanded, but players from those teams made new teams or joined existing team. So that's good to see that people do want to stick around, even if their teams die out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as to how many people are still joining so early on as well. We still have, I think, 2.5 weeks left of signups, and we're already on 17 and potentially 18 if the last team confirms that played last season. So it could be nuts this season, but if it stays at 18, that's still a very solid base for season 3.
Okay. Well, I guess I don't know if there's anything else like you guys want to ask our special host about divisions, but I did have some questions I'd like to ask about the world, the next World Cup.
Okay.
It's awfully quiet, so I guess there's no.
I
Looks
guess
like
nobody has
Usually
any more questions about divisions.
asking how it works, but I'm reading the chat and awesome.
Okay, I got a question.
Precisely
I
works.
don't know if y'all want to talk about. Well, I don't know if I ain't trying. Do I want to stir up some shit? Yo, what happened?
Might as well, man.
Yeah, as the host, what happened from y'all perspective with the whole Zuzu situation? And why he got kicked out of the divisions?
All right, I'll be.
Time ago, but let's set yes
I
and
know.
no, so I guess.
All right, yeah, because I was DMing Zuzu at the same time. It's insane. So first of all, to give a little clearance, Niels and I, we do not have a good relationship with Suzu at all. Like even before all of this, Suzu does not like us, and he doesn't, and we don't like him very much either. What I think why also Suzu has been giving as many chances as he has, for me at least, it was because I was afraid that I was biased about the situation. Because I was like, because the moment he started talking shit, I was like, all right, like let's get the guy out of here, I'm done. But then I was like, all right, I'm also very biased about this. So in my opinion, he got as many chances as he did because I was already biased against him, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But so like, of course, so like pretty much from, so I knew pretty much early on that Suzu was making a team, but he didn't want to sign up early because he didn't want people to know who was on his team, so they couldn't prepare for him or something like that. But then it was all pretty quiet, and he was doing some things. He was like saying, "Oh, hosts should back more for more teams, this, that, yada yada." And I know at some point he tried to like get a rise out of Mr. Poppy, and that Niels said in the host chat like, "Hey, like just let it be, like that like the community can that it better if the community responds to him than the hosts do." And stuff like that. And at some point he he got like very forward, and we were like all right, this is a problem. Like we need to deal about this. But like I said, almost all of the hosts already disliked Suzu, and Suzu already disliked almost all of the hosts. So we except for Mr. Crusher, because Mr. Crusher did have a good relationship with Suzu at that time, and so we asked Crusher to be the spokesperson between Suzu and us, so that so there was like a little bit of goodwill, at least there. So Christian said, I will talk to Suzu and I will make it clear that it's like, but at the same time, because like we knew something was up, and so we want to ask the captains what they think. Of course, Suzu was a captain, so I made a DM with all of the captains except for Suzu to ask what they were thinking. Because I also asked one of the Dons players, I texted them before, and then I was like, hey, what do you think? Like, I told them like, hey, we are thinking of like kicking Suzu out of the tournament, and that player said like, and I asked him like what is your experience with Suzu? And the player said like, hey, like I understand, but he also said like, hey, if you're kicking out Suzu right now, I think the Dons are disbanding. So that's why we didn't do it immediately, because we didn't want to punish the whole team for something only the captain did. So that's why we didn't kick him immediately. And then so we asked the captains, and most of the captains said like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with this, but most captains weren't very comfortable with him staying. But then we as hosts said like, hey, we decided to give him one more chance. Crusher talked to him, and he said, and he has made it clear that he needs to behave basically.
Mhm.
And then afterwards he crashed out because Dino joined the Stream Snipers, and Dino is a better player, and you're not allowed to do that. Since then a lot of people already joined teams, but it was now a problem because Dino was a good player. And so I DM'd Suzu at that point because I was like, I was trying to contain it at least a little bit. I was like, hey, like, can you explain to me the problem? You don't need to do this in the captain chat. He was like, yeah, well, he was like telling me like, hey, like the hosts are corrupt, and then like I can't believe you're doing this. Like, hey, and they said like, hey, like, so basically what they're saying right now, I can pay Maxi $100, and he can, and he is just fine if he can join the tournament. I'm like, yeah, bro, if you want to do that, go ahead. Like, there's nothing.
Get your bag, Maxi. Get your bag.
Yeah, I told him like, yeah, there's nothing that's stopping you. He was like, yeah, see, that's the problem. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Here's my issue with that. That's a negative investment. You're spending money to not make money. Like if the grand prize was like, yo, like I need to get Dino on my team because the grand prize is like $1,000. Hell yeah, okay, I can see maybe the return of investment, but like you trying to,
yeah,
$100. Hey, his ego's worth $100 apparently.
Yeah, well, it is. I'm sure.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, he wasn't even, bro. So originally Dino was supposed to join the Dons, but I don't remember why, but he didn't end up.
They already had 6 players, and
yeah, I think they were full. So
yeah,
Dino ended up joining us. But Zuzu wasn't even gonna pay him to join their squad. He was gonna pay him to get off our squad.
that's crazy, bro.
he really wants.
That's
so petty. That's insane.
Yeah.
He really wanted to see us lose. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, you got money to blow like that, like.
Damn, Nano, we fumbled. We lost to the Dons by 4 points, man. We should have won despite it. But that Miss Piggy go crazy.
You know, I don't think I touched it since, man. You know, I'm scarred.
Understandable, bro. Understandable.
We were casting that match. We were like, what the hell?
Yeah, we were like, what the fuck is Nano doing, bro? Like,
nightmare as well, right? I think it was nightmare.
You know, man. Listen, it was 20 races.
yeah, no, I understand.
You know?
Yeah,
Gotta
any
make some
races of
shit
brawlers,
happen,
like, it's gonna get tough at some point. I agree.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But that's
But,
basically
you know.
the Zuzu situation from the host standpoint. So yeah, that was a very difficult situation because, like I said, we didn't want to act on our bias, but also we, of course, but like looking back, I have to say, I think we gave him too many chances. But I'd rather give someone I'm biased against one chance too many than one chance not enough. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you guys handled the situation as best you could. I mean, you were trying not to, you know, jump out the window with it. You know, talk to him. It's not like he didn't understand where people were coming from. So
yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
But yeah, because one could argue you gave Zuzu all of those chances, but y'all kicked out J Smash immediately. Y'all didn't give him one chance.
no, and like I said, like the thing there was. Like I said, to me the problem with Suzu was because, like I said, one of the Dons told me if you kick Suzu, then probably the Dons are disbanding, and that was a problem for me.
Yeah.
Like if we would kick Suzu, we would punish the whole team basically.
Yeah. So you're looking out for the team.
and I saw like. Of course, I didn't ban J Smash, but like I saw J Smash, of course, talking his shit because he wanted to play only Jasmine apparently, and he didn't want to play anything else.
Ariel or something like that.
And I see Nano telling him like, hey, like you already did it in Team USA and stuff. So I'm like, all right, Nano doesn't like the guy. I don't know him. Someone else banned him. So I'm like, all right, I'm fine.
Yeah, J Smash. There's 2 people in this community I don't fuck with. It was Zuzu and J Smash.
And Zuzu was hyping up J Smash to come after your ass too.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
He was, man. He was. But you know, it's it actually is funny because I actually don't like J Smash more than Zuzu, but that's for from certain DMs between me and him and certain comments and stuff that I've heard. But it's I don't know. I think the crazy thing is, bro, I think we all recognize that Zuzu is a very talented player. It's just the way he kind of maneuvers. He doesn't. I feel like he doesn't move with integrity and maturity, and I feel like it just causes a lot of his. It causes a lot of his relationships to have friction.
So basically, J Smash, because you were not as good as Zuzu, you got kicked immediately.
Exactly.
They're like they say you're garbage.
You're just too bad.
Get out of here.
You're just too bad.
Nah, Jay Smash ain't had no. Jay Smash ain't had no fucking ties, bro.
That motherfucker didn't have a warning or nothing.
You out of here, man. Nel came out of nowhere and just banned him. I started laughing.
That is a big difference between a captain putting stuff off like that and hurting a lot of the whole team if you ban him.
And a random ass guy.
Yeah, this guy joined the server. I didn't know this guy, by the way. I never heard of him. He joined the server. He said, I want to join, I want to do it. And then I explained to him, and then he says then he starts trash talking and saying, I want to play Jasmine, what a bad idea. And then he keeps going on and on and on and on about it. And I think after an hour or so, I had enough of him and just booted him out because he was bringing enough into negativity from the start. So he wasn't going to join the tournaments. He was just there to be annoying. So it's just that's just an easy ban compared to a super
What
ban.
if that guy is?
Sensitive.
What if that guy is Bozzy's burner account?
Well, yeah.
I'll give Bozzy some credit. Bozzy knows how to drift. That ain't Bozzy.
Yeah, Jay Smash don't know. Jay Smash don't know how to drift. That's why.
Crazy, bro.
I got.
That's
okay,
why I
so
like Jasmine.
listen. So off topic.
He likes Anna, I think.
Yeah, off topic. When we were in the USA qualifiers and we would have like practice sessions, when he said he didn't know how to drift, obviously everybody was like, what the fuck? What you mean you don't know how to drift? But, playing with him, he was serious. He didn't know how to drift. But guess what? When he started using certain characters like Ariel and stuff like that, a lot of defenders and Anna,
without drifting,
like
he could keep up and compete.
He was keeping up with those characters, and that's why he would get mad that we would ban him. And,
That's good.
It just goes to show that people be getting carried by certain characters, man. Like
Yeah.
So broken. It actually
Hey, Smash
shows how
would be
broken
against
they are.
Slingshot.
I'm only gonna enter the tournament if I can play Ariel.
He made a big fuss about that. He was mad at me. He was like, Nano, how are you allowing this tournament to be like, we should be able to use any Disney character we want because we love the characters and that's what's important. I'm like, bro, you just want to use a character that you could like cheese with. Come on, bro. Like, stop.
Apparently, Sally and Barbosa are the most popular Disney characters. If that's the case.
He has a poster of Barbosa on his wall.
It's like, come on, bro. Like, I did not hear people saying how they loved Barbosa and Pirates that much. Like, what are we talking about, man?
No, you don't sleep in Sally Jammies?
Yeah, come on.
Hell,
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, man, get that out of here. I mean, I think she's a decent character, like from the actual movie, but nah, man, hell nah, man.
He said she ain't got that much clout.
Hell no. But yeah, man, we Jay Smash out of here. And good. Is Zuzu? Is he technically out of here? I mean, he's just not playing the game. I don't think.
You never know.
Well, he
might show up one day.
We did get a few gems from Smarty. You can't do that. It's harder to climb the leaderboard doing that AFK shit now. So as you see, you don't really see what's his name anymore that much either. Jimmy tracks because he can't do that exploit no more. Because now in the higher NPRs, you actually still get put into lobbies with people, so you end up losing points doing that crap. So
You better watch out mentioning Jimmy tracks, bro. I still remember I saw him in one stream. Was like, yeah, every time I see someone mention my name in a bad way, I play their character so much that I become number one on them. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. You don't play the game at all, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah. Boy, say he played the game. Like, come on, man. You don't play the game, bro. Man, like it's funny, man. Like despite like I know some people could kind of be like, you know, feel certain ways about people and stuff, but I could at least have some type of respect for you as a racer if you're actually playing the game. Like if you just cheesing the game to get points and stuff, like I don't know, bro. You don't get a respect from me, bro.
Yeah, and I do think on top of that, you don't get respect from not playing the game. I think Game Loft needs to add like some kind of like abandonment penalty, like where if you keep like leaving matches too early, like you should get penalized. Like so many other games have that in ranked. In ranked, like
fuck, man.
Yeah, they don't, but it should, because now the issue before was AFK and boosters and all that. Now the issue is people just like leaving the fucking race before it even starts. Like the whole new world
actually played. That's insane.
So, but yeah, it was interesting to hear your perspective on that situation.
Yes, sir.
Very. I don't know if y'all got anything else?
Okay, so yes, I do. So for the World Cup, part 2, I don't know if you guys have confirmed this or not, but I wanted to ask you. So, I know the first World Cup, there were, every region had like a representative. Will the same team be able to be represented by multiple teams in this next World Cup to have more teams?
I think this was one of the survey questions, and if I do remember correctly, the answer that came is that people prefer it. That at first people are just getting put into the teams that they belong to, so their countries, and then afterwards, if there are still players, we need teams that we can make like North America and Team Europe and stuff like that. But if I'm being wrong,
if there can be 3 USA teams or
that's what I meant with like North America and stuff like. Basically, Team North America was basically like Team USA too, right?
Yeah, true. I think he specifically means that if there can be 5 teams from the USA competing in.
Like that you mean? Oh, sorry.
Like 5 Brazilians.
Oh, okay.
BRC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
I don't think so. I like it. Yeah, but that might be me.
The short answer right now is we haven't talked about this.
That's true.
I've not talked about it as well.
I think it will be. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be big. So I know at some point y'all gonna talk about it. So I do think, in my personal opinion, I guess just to get it out there, I can't speak for everybody, but to me, it doesn't really matter as much as like. I don't care if I'm going up against 5 different Brazilian teams. I just want more teams in the World Cup. And, I think, I don't know. I just think more people on teams,
maybe
more people in the World Cup.
People on teams, yeah, but I think one of the big the big things of the World Cup is that you see different teams then and divisions. You see the best racers of every country face off against each other, and if we have 8 teams of the same nation, are people free to choose which team they make or create, or are we gonna put people into teams? Because I think it's nice if we see different teams for once, only the best players of that nation going at it, like we had last I don't see why it's fun to see 8 USA teams. Then probably 7 of them will get into the last 16. I think you will Brazilian team or the French team. I think that gives more of a World Cup vibe than if you have so many of the same nation. So if I had to pick right now, I would be against it. But we will, of course, talk within the community and see what people think. But I think
Okay.
it's more fun if you have one team per nation, and of course the regions to add to it, so we give more spots to people that want to join in. I think it worked pretty well last year.
That's a valid perspective. I can see both,
Mhm.
but I put it that way. That would be like, imagine if in the Olympics they had 5 different Jamaican teams, and it's like, how are other teams gonna make the fucking 100-meter, fucking final or 100 4x1 if every single team is Jamaican? We got Jamaican team A, B, C, D, E, and then we have America.
Precisely.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
Crashout, bro.
And America
yeah, I
has
get it.
good players, so you could see 5 good American teams, and then you have like Peru of last year. They have one team and they get knocked out in the group stage because they have 4 American teams in their group. But that doesn't give a World Cup feeling in my.
Okay. Nah, I could feel that. I guess to me, like, the World Cup stuff was mainly just about, having teams from different regions, represent. But I guess I don't know if, like, I feel like that made it different enough. But I guess the only thing you'd have to bank on is if, like, you're gonna have enough teams to represent as many nations as possible. Because I know in the World Cup we had
precisely.
12.
Ideally, like said, we asked in the survey how people want us to allocate players to teams, and they want to fill out nations first and then the regions. So we can just look at any country, hope there are 4 players or maybe 5, make it a team, and then when the team is full, we add you to your nation to the pool for, let's say, North America, let's say Europe, let's say South America, so that there are more spots for people to play and to represent their own country. But it's a hard decision we still have to make. It's also going to be a hard decision who to put in which team, and well, what passports count and which one don't, stuff like that. We really have to. Maybe we do another survey on the whole World Cup format just to make sure what people want, because there's a lot of things that would be different from what we are doing right now with divisions. Even though I can see the new formats work as well for the World Cup, but we will have to see about that.
That's true, but another thing to consider is that we have a lot of newer players too, so they might be able to give their input as well.
Yeah, that's why we maybe need to do another.
Yeah.
Maybe we have 5 people here. Can anyone in the chat say what they think? Because I'm curious what people's standpoint is on this. If you I know Chris always has a very strong opinion, so you might have something to say about this. And
those.
I've only heard you say it on the podcast a few times now that you want to see multiple teams, if I'm correct. But maybe it's an opinion that many have, and I haven't heard it any more than just yours.
Okay. I mean, it could just be my opinion. I guess I was just more speaking of like what do I think? Like, do people care more about one team being represented, or do people just want as much teams in the World Cup as possible? So I guess it just depends on what like the outlook of it, for people is.
Yeah, I guess the other perspective too is like, like America, we have 50 people just in our tryouts to make Team USA. So there are a lot of good players who wanted to compete in the World Cup and just weren't because, they're from America, and there was like maybe, I mean, they could maybe join North America, but I don't know if people even knew that team was being made. But like, yeah, it just, you know, maybe I think I understand why the need for multiple teams from a country could exist, because more players could participate in the World Cup, I guess.
KH said something. He said World Cup should remain with the format of groups like last time. Maybe make more groups instead of 2 groups of 6. Make things go faster. World Cup took 2 months last time. Since the plan is to start in September, it would extend into November.
I don't know if 2 months was too long for the World Cup. I think the division seasons right now are 2 months as well, and the one we are gonna do for season 3 is probably gonna be 3 months or 2.5.
I think it felt long.
World Cup can be long.
I think the reason it felt long because the original Bozzy one was supposed to happen like April, May, or some shit.
Yeah,
but because it fell apart, it was like a month hiatus of y'all trying to scramble and get a new tournament started, and that kind of, I think, made things feel longer than it should have been.
Yeah, and not only that, but we took an extra 2 weeks, one for Duff and one in the finals.
Oh yeah.
Well, the reason we are going to host the World Cup after the summer, KH, is because we noticed a lot of people were missing their best players in the matches because they were on vacation, basically. We had that problem. I think the French had that problem. I think Europe had that problem at some point. So that's why we went for September and October, because those are the months that everything is starting again. And usually you can have some time to play 1 hour a week. That's at least what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
I can see that if you're busy with work and school, that you might miss a week, but I feel like we had many more people missing out on weeks because of vacations during the summer holidays.
Yeah, 1 hour a week ain't bad, and I think, like I said earlier, if you're doing what is divisions, World Cup, don't overdo it. Like, because if you start to do too much, it's gonna feel like a burden. Like I said, it really only takes 1 hour a week compete and maybe 1 hour practice if your team decides to do that. Don't go too crazy.
Yeah,
because we want,
3 teams. That's what I've noticed for sure. There are teams that have 3 scrims a week, and there are teams that hop on the game 1 hour before their match, go over the tracks once, and say, "All right, we're ready." And they do well. So it all comes down to what kind of team you have, and maybe we can just increase the amount of players on a team to back to 8, so there are more people that can play for your team, and you are sure that you have enough players and decent playing players, hopefully, as well. I think we will.
My thing, the whole 8 players or 6 players on the team, 8 players didn't really benefit our practice because we barely could get 8 people. I mean, regardless of how many, it's hard to get 8 people on one accord. So you might have 8 people on the team, maybe only 4 people can practice that day, or 3, or however many. So
yeah,
I don't think it's necessary.
Us having 8 players actually had like a lot of negatives for our team.
Yeah, who's gonna play that week? Blah blah blah. Who's gonna do what class?
That's one for the survey again, I guess.
But yeah, it's true. Like, but I mean, especially in the World Cup, I think also because we were with 5 in Benelux, ended up being a problem as well, because like Group A was just a problem because
you had to play your best racers out, like
exactly. You had to put your best racers every single week because the format of the World Cup, if you lost once, you might just not make it to the finals anymore, because especially in Group A, because you had so many tough matches back to back to back. So yeah, for example, Doobie, he ended up like, I think he played twice in like 8 weeks or something. Of course, that's not fun to be a sub if you didn't plan to be a sub, for example. But yeah, it was just unlucky, I think, for a lot of people to be in Group A, because Basically, the only week you could chill out was Peru. Was the only week. If you wish Peru, you could be like, all right, now we can face. Now we can use like our. Like, I'm sorry, it's true.
It's facts. But, like, me and Cedric actually had a conversation about this, but like,
That's true.
yeah, it's not even. It's like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, what do you care about? Like, what's your team's priority overall? Like, are you guys trying to win? Are you guys just trying to race and whatever happens? Like, I feel like depending on your like ideology and like what your team is trying to accomplish overall, that could like, it will affect who you decide to put in because, A was so strong that like it felt like if you lost, your back was against the wall because the pressure was on. Like if you lost one match, that didn't make the other matches easier. Like everybody else was stacked too. So it's like, damn, like fuck, like what do we do? Do we run our subs again to get them more time? Like I don't know. I feel like we gotta just play our best people like for like the next 3 races, man. So it was definitely like that's one of those things where like I think if half of Group A and B swapped, it would have felt more manageable. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Yeah,
I can everything about groups.
Yeah, I can speak for Group B, of course, but Group A was very intense. I felt like it because, like I said, like at some point I was like because like you said, at some point you gotta decide, all right, do we want to win or do we want to have our subs play? That's basically at some point that was what you have to say because after the group stage it wasn't getting easier, like so, but the group stage was also just as hard.
Yeah, that's true. And then once you get into the playoffs, it's like, damn, when do we put the subs in? Like we in the playoffs now.
Yeah, all 4 from Group A made the semi-final. It just shows how crazy that group was, and that's just the fear I have if we're going with groups again, like KH says, and maybe even smaller groups. If you put every giant into one group because the wheel has a savage day, you'll have giant teams be knocked out in the group stage while there's some lower skill teams going through. I think Fluffy said it well on the other day in Discord. I think something like if the giants are meeting early in the tournament, your tournament format sucks basically. And I kind of agree with it. You have to make a format that makes sure the best teams face each other as late as possible into the tournament. I think that the ladder system we made now would make sure of that in a better way than a randomized group system, unless you do a group system with like tiers. You give tiers to teams and you put them based on the tiers in their group. But that would be a bit random as well. That would mean we as hosts say, well, USA is A, France is B. And people would disagree, and that would mean that would lead to angry DMs, and I've had enough of those over the past year. So better not have those. So yeah, I don't know if we're gonna go with groups yet, but once again, something we can ask.
I just read what the KH says, and I think that idea is actually very interesting. Where they put like all the strong teams in one pool, and then like all the middle teams in one pool, and then the lower teams in one pool, and then you can so that you put like for example, say you decide like, let's say we have 4 groups, right? That you say like those 4 are the best teams, and so let's first draw the 4 of the best of the strongest pools, and they will get all in one group, and then you go to the second and so forth and so forth. That could possibly solve the problem what KH is saying.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. But how are we gonna decide who is in what?
Everyone votes.
It would have to be based on something.
Votes?
Like for instance, I can see why it could be difficult because there are some teams in the Rising League that are better than the Rival League. So what would you be going off of to determine what team is intermediate and what team
Yeah, at
is?
that
That is true.
point, people are just picking out what they think should be the best teams and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, we want to steer clear of judging anything as hosts about skill and putting people in certain areas. That's why we didn't decide to go with the last system and put people in divisions according to our judgment. We did that for the first season, of course, because we really had to, but it didn't feel right to do it again.
Yeah, we got,
it will
like I
only lead
said,
to backlash.
yes, it sounds like y'all be getting DMs of backlash. So I got a question for y'all. Do y'all feel like the Crashout Podcast is bringing you guys hate? Let's talk about it.
Not necessarily hate, but I do have to say I think the podcast is very much adding a lot of drama to the to the Divisions tournament that wouldn't be there without the podcast.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. We have to be honest here. If there wasn't the Crashout podcast, I think our last season would have been very peaceful, just sunshine and rainbows. No, we had almost an incident almost every week with the team. We had the
But I do have to say,
whole
as
team
well,
crashing out. So yeah, you know what it.
but I do have to say at the same time, like yes, there's a lot of drama added by the podcast. It wouldn't be there otherwise. There's also a lot of how do I say it? A lot of more dang, a lot of storylines added and like and like rivalries. And basically, it also makes it more interesting. If that makes sense. So yes, it makes our jobs more difficult, but it also makes the tournament more enjoyable for some people. Basically.
When
you
it
know.
doesn't get out of hand,
Okay.
then I'm not in charge of a kindergarten.
Exactly.
But sometimes it does feel very much like a kindergarten.
Yeah.
We apologize for all the inconveniences the podcast have brought onto you guys. You know, we just try to provide content for the people, man. So, you know, it's not really. I guess for us, like, it's not really an outlet that's talking about competitive Speedstorm. So, you know, it just happened to be us that's talking about it, and you know, sometimes we like to get a little like spicy with it, man. So
Unfiltered and raw.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
sometimes
people use
it-
it. A lot of people use it to vent too. So, a lot of the stuff happens when people vent and they vent out their frustrations, and they end up either calling this person or calling that person out, and then that's when everything starts getting drama. Like, oh, and that's probably why, I can understand that part, though, because when people vent, sometimes, things can happen when people vent. I also feel like a lot of the times people feel like they can vent here and they'll be heard compared to if they would try to, vent and solve it by themselves.
that's facts.
Yeah, people do speak up in this podcast.
That is true.
I've
That is true.
learned over the 16 episodes. So,
Yeah.
people do not hold back.
Yeah.
That is sometimes hard for us, but
I do have to say though, I feel like you guys bring it out of people, and I mean it as a compliment because I have noticed myself. I have said some things already that I would never have said just out of nowhere. That makes sense. So like you guys create that atmosphere, and that is generally a compliment though. Like you do it very well.
Yeah,
Hey,
man,
appreciate that. Appreciate that.
It doesn't always help the tournament, but like you do well what you do.
you do what you gotta do.
Shit, I
man.
feel bad. I feel like every podcast, the next day, the lead season, Cedric inboxes in your room. I'm like, can you believe this guy said this?
Yeah,
It's more people exploring rule changes and stuff. Like they hear something and they want to hurt another team, or they just disagree with stuff and they just ask, what is this rule again? Can we do something about it? Will it have a chance in the vote like that I get in my DMs? But also, of course, teams just saying goodbye. It's been nice on a Thursday night, and we have to suddenly make stuff happen. Well, I made stuff happen by just kicking them out because I couldn't believe my eyes at that point. Hopefully early they came back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Katie says it right. Katie says, I appreciate y'all, but sometimes shut the fuck up.
Oh man, nah, but you know,
I'm not gonna lie.
go
Damn. Welcome to the Crashout.
oh man, but you know, like I said, you know, we mean no harm, you know, to you guys, Cedric and Elise. We appreciate everything that you guys do. You know, we don't take it for granted, man. We don't take it for granted, man. You know, we just you know, be doing our thing, and sometimes, I guess because the Crashout podcast is so in what we do is so ingrained in the competitive scene, it just leaks in.
Yeah, no, like I totally understand, and like I said, it makes the competitive scene also more interesting. Like I'm definitely not saying it's only negative for this podcast, but like it makes it all a lot more interesting as well. But like I remember at some point, like the podcast was done. It's like of course when you do the podcast, I'm sleeping. And so I wake up, I go to work, I go back home, and I see like 3 DMs from people about the podcast, about the tournament, and I'm like, and I'm like, and I just I'm gonna go deal with this right now, and I'll just log off, and then I have to read about the podcast, and I haven't even seen the podcast.
Yeah, that's the problem. We have to pretty much be what was said, but we have to deal with it anyway.
Yeah, you know, these guys don't even get a chance to watch the podcast, and you guys are sleeping.
No. Public and Ferrari. No, not Ferrari. He's always there. They're always in our DMs.
Yo.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
We had some interviews.
Yeah.
And it's all right. In the end, everyone's enjoying it, as we can see, because people stay around and sign up their team again. So I guess we're doing something right.
Exactly.
See that's what we do it for. As long as people want to play, we will be there, unless it really becomes a kindergarten, but I don't think it will.
But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like at some point, I texted Niels, and Niels felt the same way. At some point, we were like, "All right." It wasn't necessarily to do the podcast. It's just sometimes during all of us hosting the tournaments. At some point, I texted Niels, and Niels agreed. Like, I'm just gonna stop at the tournament. Like there were moments where I was just ready to go to just pull a Bozzy and just delete everything.
Damn, not full of Bozzy. Damn. Welcome to the Crashout.
Moment.
I'm like, Cedric, no.
If you've been filling out scores for 5 hours on Doobie's division site, and then you get a DM saying what you're all doing wrong. You might be pushed over the edge.
Yeah, the hosts are probably like, man, these fuckers don't even appreciate the hard work.
Sometimes people do forget about it, but we get a lot of approval and good feedback.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. And at the end, I really do enjoy hosting it, and I'm very thankful for the community. Like I'm not saying like everyone. Oh my god, everyone should be so thankful for me. Like suck my dick every time you see me. Like like I really do enjoy it at the end of the day. But like for example, the before the website, the top 10 scores. What I would do is I would find every vote of every single match, and I would like one for one. Write down the score of every person and which character they use. So I have like a whole ass list of every single match of everything. So I spent like I think like a whole like at least 5 hours just collecting all the data, and then I'm getting DMs like, "Hey bro, when are you gonna post the top 10? It's already Tuesday, bro." And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up."
And then you post it, and then you're 1 point off the score of someone, and then you get the gnarly comment saying, "Will I actually go different?" You know, but that's like, the things that can push you over the edge.
Yeah. But like I do have to say, like I really am happy that people, of course, are interested in that. But when I'm coming off work and I'm spending like 5 hours finding all the data, and then I get a DM, "Hey bro, we're the top 10." I'm like, "Bros, come on, man."
Yo, do you think
Where's the
I
top
do
10
like
at, yo?
I do like your top 10 list. I like the how you have it laid out, the graphics, the characters. Like it looks very clean. Do you think that should be something that should be a part of the Speedstorm website? A top 10 for each week?
I already talked about Doobie about it actually, and Doobie and I decided both together that it would be difficult to like make the graphic in the website. But now that all the captains will have to fill in the characters and everything themselves, a lot of the time of me finding the data is just gone. So now it's gonna be very easy for me from this point forward. I will just have to look at everything the captains filled in, hoping they all did it right, of course. But that's not gonna be on them anymore. That's not gonna be on me anymore. So it will be a lot easier. But I looked at Doobie at it, and Doobie said, and Doobie and I decided both that making the graphic in the website would be probably too difficult to make it the same way. Like, of course, we can make a top 10 list, but then it's not with the graphics, and then maybe people don't care about the graphics at all, and they just want to see the top 10 list. That was not at all something I thought about before.
I like the graphics. It's more effort is better. It looks like we actually out here trying, and that's good.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, so my job has become like a whole lot easier with the website. So I am looking forward to doing it that way in season 3 forward. So yeah.
I was saying now with the website, things should be a lot easier to keep track of things now that everything's all like in one place.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be nice for you guys, because now that's a big stress off your guys' back, because it's a lot more easier.
Exactly.
He might have to.
Doobie's a legend. Like,
yeah, and he's a magician. If you suggest something now in the channel, he has it edited in 5 minutes. Like every time I check the channel, it's something new.
Yeah. I do have to say I know Doobie in real life as well. Like we left like 20 minutes from each other. We go see each other every now and then. And I have to say, in real life he also is very intelligent and very, very smart and very handsome.
Yes, sir.
Doobie
Shout out to the handsome
like
Doobster.
Like, I was doing the Family Cup last weekend, and I was like, oh, it'd be nice to, auto like remove like the racers and the tracks when you get them per spin. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, Doobie said, check the website, I got it done. I'm like, yo, what? Like, I'm actually been saying this. Like,
it's a wonder. It's actually it's great.
Yeah, man. I think I speak for all of us when I say we are extremely fortunate to have somebody like Doobie in our community.
For sure, bro.
So
yeah, this takes hours and hours of people's hands.
Yeah, but yeah, for example,
all the fun stats that people have been enjoying and will enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Great addition as well, and you can look at the tracks and see which characters are the best. Like, you can name it, and it's probably on the side stat wise right now. So that's
yes, sir.
Insanity.
But yeah, for example, when Doobie was making a website, because Niels and I, Doobie has included Niels and I very closely in that, but because we had more of the data, we knew what people were expecting more and stuff like that. So like when the website was basically done, we started with the data, and I saw Doobie and Niels say, I saw Doobie ask like, hey, what are we gonna do with the first 2 weeks? Because at that moment we were in week 4, I think. And Doobie said like, oh yeah, I guess we won't have the first 2 weeks. And I'm like, actually, I have the first 2 weeks, and I have like a whole spreadsheet with everything. And then Niels starts like one by one adding it in the data while I was looking for week 3 and 4. And then the next day, Doobie's like, hey guys, I made something, so we can just copy and paste it in there. And Niels was like, well, I just wasted like 1 hour.
Better late than never in that case.
Yeah. Doobie
it could have been worse. It
could have been longer.
Yeah.
It went really quick in the end, adding all the scores.
But yeah, at some point I was like, because Twitch VODs, they go away after 2 weeks. So at some point I was like, all right, tomorrow is gonna, the first match of week 3 is gonna be gone, so we have to like clutch up basically, and so like every one of us found like the VODs of every week of week 3. Also, by the way, shout out to Mr. Hitsuyaga. I was looking for a VOD of couch potatoes, and the only VOD I could find was Hitsuyaga, and that guy has it on that you have to be subscribed to watch his VODs, and I was like, well, okay, never mind, bro.
Hey, you want to watch his content? You gotta pay up.
Yeah, gotta pay, bro. You gotta pay to watch his content.
Hey, man, that's funny, man. Oh, man. Nah, man, but I mean, ultimately, man, we got, speaking of the man himself, man, we got Doobie in the chat, man. Yes, sir.
Man, that's like the one sound alert on my stream. You say his name and he appears.
Yeah, you stop it.
I believe in one
He
man.
said, when I have to spend 30 minutes manually typing in something, I'd rather write a script than 40 minutes that in the end does it for me. Completely understand, Mr. Doobie, man. We appreciate all of your hard work. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, I guess we could get to the last segment, and you know, I'd like to. It's basically like, I guess, just saying like, you know, basically appreciating all the work y'all put in, man. Cedric and Nel, I've said this before, but honestly, if it wasn't for y'all, I would not be playing this game right now, bro. And if I'm being honest, y'all basically
Nano was about to be gone.
y'all are basically between me and this game, right?
He said, "I'm leaving the game. I'm taking a break, but I will come back just for Division. So if Divisions wasn't here, Nano would have been out of here."
Yeah, bro. Like that's no joke, bro. So you know, I appreciate y'all, man. You know, I've spent a lot of time on the game. I might not be on it as much as I used to, but you know, I still like interacting with everybody and stuff. And honestly, if it wasn't for the tournaments and stuff, I wouldn't be as close as I am to the people that I am now. So, you know, I do not take anything you guys I don't take anything you guys do for granted, man. You know, you guys have impacted believe it or not, you know, it might be just a game, but you know, I interact with a lot of these people on the daily, and so technically you guys have impacted my life more than you think. So I appreciate y'all.
Like, yeah, you're very, very welcome. You're gonna make me, I'm gonna cry. No, yeah, of course. Like, it's the same for me. If I wasn't to the tournament, I wouldn't be playing as either. But I have to say, all credits to Mr. Nielsen for that one, bro. Because I am, in the end, I'm just the guy doing all the technical stuff. If like Nielsen is, I think that's also why we make a great duo. You know, Nielsen is like incredibly talented with like making the rules and everything and writing it down, and then but all the other sides, Niels is just a big boomer, you know, like he doesn't understand technology, and I'm like, all right, old man, you know. But yeah, no, like, so I have to give all the credits to Mr. Niels for that. People were calling it the Nilisi Cup, the Epic Cup, and everything else. Like, damn, was also there, but it basically is his cup, you know. I was just there to help. So yeah, all the credits to Mr. Niels, and of course Mr. Doobie now at the website as well. So
I will say, you guys, you know, I know Nilisi, I don't know, I hope I didn't say that wrong, but I know you have a red panda as your fucking avatar, and Cedric, I see you have you know, your shadow figure typewriting. Where'd you guys you know, come up with your avatars? Or like, how did you know, those images kind of stick with y'all?
For me, that's
For
not
like
a really difficult question. It's just my favorite animal. So that's just what I picked. People also know me to be a fan of Red Panda, so it's just part of my personality at this point. So it was an easy choice. But to get back to what Nano said, I appreciate the kind words, and Cedric is definitely underestimating his part, or so to speak. Like he said, we complement each other a lot. I'm indeed a boomer with all the Discord stuff and the graphic stuff and stuff like that. I am I'm a master of law, so I'm good at writing rules. I'm not so great with anything that's spreadsheet wise or Discord wise. That's why we make a great duo, and we think about a lot of things the same way as well. And
Yeah.
a group of friends on this game, and stuff like that is what we are doing it for in the end. I think many of the teams we are seeing right now in divisions are a group that stay together all the time and are just groups of friends. At least the core of a team is usually a group of friends, and that's very nice to see. And I hope we can make more friends for people and let people have fun on this game that is very great while it comes to gameplay, not so great while it comes to monetization, but we hope we can drag you through those flaws and have a great time until this game decides to shut down.
Yeah, I agree. I do believe that the tournament, all this stuff you guys created has brought the community together and created friendships and stuff that probably wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for it. So yeah, definitely a W.
Yeah, I'll be expecting my PayPal payment and sorry. But to answer your question, my shadowy figure is a robot because I really I'm really fascinated with robots. And like it's different. It's weird. I've really liked robots for a long time, but I really like robots interacting with very old stuff. I don't know why. It's just very interesting to me. So that's why my avatar is a robot. Smoking a cigar and using a typewriter. I like that's also why the logo is of the Epic Cup at least was a robot with panda. Of course, the robot part was not very obvious. So, but that's that's why basically I really love. I don't know why, I'm just very fascinated with like old school robots, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
One day you will get robot emotes that are bigger.
Yeah, exactly. I've been saying since the day I started streaming, which is more than a year by now, that I'm gonna make robot emotes. It's never happened.
Almost 2 years in like 2 months.
Yeah. Basically, what Sammy has with his interviews, those are my emotes. like.
So, chat, what will come first? So, trial interview or?
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, that's. But I don't know, man. I mean, I guess Sammy and Angel, y'all got a thing y'all want to say to our special host?
Oh, yeah, of course. Hold on. I just smoked a bowl, so I'm a little high right now. So let me focus on it right now. But no, truthfully, I want to thank you guys, Cedric and Elise, because I really got into the competitive scene early on in the Epic Cup days. Shout outs to Duff, because he's the reason why I even know a lot of you guys, because he's the one that introduced me to the competitive scene with the Epic Cups, and me inspiring me to do the Family Cup. So I want to thank you guys, because I know how hard of a work it is, and I can only imagine, because my tournament's a lot smaller. I can only imagine how much work goes into doing everything that you guys do when it comes to planning and making sure everything is structured, to making sure everybody's happy, because at the end of the day, the community is not happy. That's a big stress on you guys. So big kudos to you guys, because I know the amount of work you put in. I see the host chat. I may not physically talk, but I do read everything that's in that chat, and you guys literally, when it comes to ideas, when it comes to trying to make things different or keep things fresh, like, you guys are on top of that shit, and you guys always ask us our inputs on it. So big kudos to you guys, savagely. And if anybody got a problem with Cedric and Elise when it comes to these tournaments, y'all gotta come to me too, because I will back these guys up, because they do a lot of work, and they do countless hours goes into doing this stuff. So like, at the end of the day, I know you guys might get frustrated and things like that, but like, look at it in their perspective, because I can look at it in their perspective because I do tournaments too. Like it is a lot of work and a lot of pre-planning and a lot of stress to make sure everything goes well. So like, you know, definitely I appreciate you guys, and I hope this, you know, have these divisions going forward and World Cup, and you know, just playing with you guys because you guys are all amazing. You know, me and Cedric duo, you know, since the Epic Cup days.
Hey, for sure, bro.
You know, I appreciate you guys, yo, for real, and much love to all you guys.
Right back at you, good sir. I also wanted to say, like, you're talking about me and Niels a lot, but you're also a host, bro. Like, you can take some credit too, you know.
That's
yeah.
fact.
Yeah.
Mr. Angel is a host.
You're our main caster. That's very important.
Exactly.
You're slacking on that front
Yeah.
massively. So
Well, you know,
it's great to have on our team. And whenever we have ideas, you do give some feedback on it. So that's always nice to have. But appreciate all the kind words. We're getting a lot of flowers. I don't think I have room for them in my house. But appreciate all the kind words. We will keep going as long as everyone is.
Also, can I very quickly do a very short crash out?
Go ahead, man.
I wanna talk about a very short segment about DT, bro. They be poaching or trying to poach my players, bro. They have contacted Santox and Ferrari asking if they want to join DT, and back off, bro. They are mine.
Unlimited as well? I'm not sure. But
Yeah,
I think
they are mine, bro. Back off.
DT trying to level up, man.
Man, they trying to get Ferrari, fucking Micromass, fucking Randall
I think they've asked
Smarty.
the whole division. So I've heard more teams complain about
Hey,
it.
they finna have a super
We're on to
DT
you.
team.
We're on to you, DT.
Yeah, man. I mean, I listen. I can't fault them. Bro. They're trying to level up, man. So,
I can't. No, I'm kidding. No, you know why I can? Because they didn't ask me. That's the problem.
I feel insulted.
Exactly.
CDT, y'all chipping, man. Y'all extended the hand all the way,
Next-
man. Y'all gotta hit everybody.
The season Cedric like, yo, where my team at? They all on DT now.
Exactly, bro.
Dream Thunder.
That's wild. Oh man, Mr. Sammy, man, you there?
I think he's editing the interview.
Not the interview.
He's probably like, damn, these guys got on me hard, bro. I gotta hop on it.
The next thing you know, we're gonna upload tomorrow. Damn.
5 uploads all of a sudden. The division's content.
World Cup interviews, raw and unfiltered.
Exactly.
He's gonna have like a little edit clip in the front saying like, my bad guys, you know, I've been busy for the past couple of months, you know, I've been getting in the weight. Man, you know, Sammy, he might be busy right now, but you know, we've had our talks with Sammy, and he has expressed with us that he appreciates all the work that you guys put in as well, man. You know, he feels the same.
Yes,
He shares
this
our
is true.
sentiment.
This is true.
Mr. Sammy. Okay.
Yeah. There's been a lot of moments where, you know, I've asked obviously questions about certain things, like I said earlier, I did wonder if there was gonna be like other portions of like other tournaments. So like when I asked about the duos, because you did mention that duos was a thing in the past, I didn't know if we'd ever have anything else apart from just the solos. So the fact that, you know, you guys were actually considering bringing that back was something that I didn't think was probably on the table in terms of what was going to be available to us apart from like the World Cup or I guess the solos tournament. So just having that, or giving us the options to participate in multiple events is really cool, and I think it's very wonderful to have, especially in this community. I know I like to joke a lot about the game's population dwindling, but I think something like this was needed just to, I guess, keep players who are interested, and for anyone who's new, give them something to look forward to in the community. So I definitely appreciate you guys for all your hard work giving us something like this, because I know it's not easy.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much, man.
Yeah,
Much.
well, I get you. Sammy, I wanted to ask you though something, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I want to ask: do you blame us for Ferrari and Sandbox leaving your team back in the day, like in season 1?
No, definitely not. I knew after our practice it was going to be hard, just because all of us getting into a practice together was hard enough, just because we were all in like different countries, so the time zone thing was a big issue with that. So apart from that, I didn't really have anyone to blame for leaving the team or anything like that. I just knew already that it was like an uphill battle just to really have us all, I guess, play together at the same time. Because like there's me, I believe there was Monstro, I forgot who else was in North America, and then there was Valix in the UK, and then there was also Ferrari and Sandbox, who was in Europe. So I already knew that because we're all in different time zones, having us all being able to play at the same time was going to be hard. So I didn't blame anyone for wanting to leave.
Right. Just I was a bit worried about that back when it happened. All I felt bad.
No.
All right, Angel, I'm going to be sending you a picture to put on screen. It is what's it called? The beta test for Sonic Crossworld starts in 45 minutes, so we will be giving out a free code to anybody who wants to play the game and doesn't have one already. So let me just
You
post it.
scared me. I thought you were gonna say something else.
Oh, what you thought I was gonna say?
I have no clue. That's why I was like, oh my gosh.
So this is from Departed. So shout out to Departed, loyal what's it called, guest of the podcast.
Shout out to Departed for sure, man. Hooking up.
Shout out to Departed.
Yeah, Andy, you put that on screen. So whoever gets it first, real talk, you have to go to the PlayStation Store, go to redeem code, and then put that code in, and then it will give you a download file for the beta test of Sonic Crossworld. So.
Okay.
There it is, the code right on the screen. Hopefully everybody can see it. Everybody can see that. There it is. First come, first serve.
Yeah.
You know, Caleb, what would you do if your first race is against Maxi?
I'm gonna dust them. That's what I'm gonna do. What are you talking about? My racing lines are superior.
Oh man. Damn, man. Of course, Departed, man. No, he had to give you the shout out, man. You came through.
By the way, if I might still ask, I wanted to ask how Nano, how did you come up with the idea of making a list? Was it like with the thought of doing it for this podcast, or was it just like you wanted to do it and then it made it a good idea to do it on a podcast? Or
wait, come up with what?
Your
The list, I think.
My top 100 list or a top 150?
I'm sorry, I have a speech impediment.
Nah,
Yeah, how did you come up with your where did the idea came from of making the list?
Well, one day, I guess I was just like thinking about it, and I was just thinking about like who I feel like.
Man, Nano, we was talking shit. That's how it started. Let's keep it a buck, because I asked Nano who he thought the best player was in this game. This motherfucker said Maxi.
That's true.
I said, why?
That's true.
This motherfucker, there's an Epic Cup and this and that. And then I said, you know what? And then we were talking about, you know what? We need to make a tier list of like players, but instead of
tier lists.
Yeah, we
I did
said
mention
instead of it being
this.
top 100, it's like no, put niggas in S tier. We gonna put people in B tier.
Oh,
Like yeah,
I
like
did say that, and then
we was finna
I
say
forgot
something.
who said it was too. It'd be too. What was
Yeah,
it?
Nano's like, no, that'd be too
crazy
controversial.
doing it
Cause
like
what if
that.
somebody
Yeah.
C tier, and then they mad because they C tier. So then we was like, and then you was like, well, how about we do a fucking top 100 list or something like that? And then yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Now that actually checks out. Yeah. So, it just I guess just spawned from conversing with the homies, and nobody did it before, so I was like, shit. I mean, for me, I feel like I had a lot of knowledge on like a lot of players that people knew about and didn't know about, and old players too, except for a couple. Like I feel like I had a lot of decent information on how I viewed them, and I had some good experiences. So I just felt like I could come up with a list and stuff. And then I knew I was gonna get backlash, but I just did it because I was curious to see how people would react to it. I thought it would be fun, and I don't know. I felt like it would, it would stir up some not controversy, but I feel like it would get people talking, if that makes sense.
mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously there is definitely the entertainment factor, but
Yeah, well, I do have to say,
just comes with it.
because why I asked, I feel like your list made, in general, improved compared to Speedstorm a lot, because it made people way more interested in proving themselves and stuff like that. So yeah. I think doing that was great for the tournament, actually.
That's actually a funny thing, because that's exactly what Nano thought it was gonna do for players as well.
Well,
Yep.
for sure worked.
And I remember his list because we were having an argument, and I'm like, why the fuck you got Maxie higher? And he's all like, well, I'm going off of, I raced against, different people, and I try to gauge where I rate people based off of how hard it was or something like that. And he was trying to say that, he had a harder time racing Max. I said, all right, Nano, I'm going to start, going hard on your ass. So, but I mean, like, a lot of the...
I didn't mean no hard feelings to nobody, but,
Yeah, a lot of it comes from Nano's own perspective of, like, him racing against people, whether that be in tournaments, ranked, whatever it was, and how hard, he felt the competition was, and he went off of that. So some people were like, feel like they were ranked lower. Maybe it's just because he just didn't race you that much, so he just doesn't know.
Yeah,
but
there was no way, like, and I had this in my disclaimer, but I think a lot of people did not read it, or they just completely skipped it. But a lot of people, I literally said that this list is not a factual list. It's not the end all be all. This is not a correct, like, concrete list. This is just my personal opinions based off of my experiences. And I put it out. Some people got in their feelings, some more than others. I knew what was about to happen. I was expecting it, but ultimately, I feel like the more positive came out of it than negative. I mean, some people got their feelings hurt, but ultimately, I feel like a lot of people grew from this. So,
I think so too.
I took the risk, man. I took the risk.
So, better. Well, more like the old chicken farm, but so.
Yeah, man. It's funny, man, because some people were kind of worried about, I guess, the list and stuff, and I guess Angel's list coming out, but I mean, based on like majority of the feedback, it actually did a lot more positive than negative. So, I wouldn't have regretted it either way, even if the feedback was more negative. But I'm happy that my list along with Angel's list, you know, it kind of, you know, sparked some fire, or, you know, made people want to compete more, or join competitive, or however it affected people. You know, people who felt negatively about it, I feel like I feel like they like got fueled from it, or they wanted to, you know, kind of prove themselves a little bit more. So, you know.
Yeah.
So
I was too high on the list, so I started to slack. But
nah, man, I actually Cedric and Alicia actually read you guys extremely highly in terms of competitive SpeedStorm. So
I mean, Nano, to be honest, bro, you only put us that high because you knew we are the host. Like, if you put us too low, we're just gonna kick you anyways, you know. Like,
Nah, Nano been repping the Europeans. We talk about all the time.
You guys are
Like, he
top
always
20
giving
the entire time.
I'm kidding. I know, I'm kidding.
Let me find
Man's
out.
always
Let me find
repping the
out
Europeans.
Let me find out Nano's on the
Dude, Nano.
payroll.
listen, man, you know, I gotta. You
And
know,
Nano, did they pay you tokens? How much was it?
Yeah,
know,
that's how you get a
$100,
5-star racer,
you
huh?
know,
Yeah.
my cash app was ringing a little bit.
we need to be rep.
Hey, man, I do have to say though, Mr. Nano and Mr. Poppy, still, whenever you guys want, you still deserve a kiss on the lips, you know. So.
No.
Let me find out for the second World Cup that Nano and Angel on Team Europe.
That's crazy.
No,
It makes sense for us.
right, y'all not gonna skip over what Cedric just said, bro.
What he's trying to say is he's trying to have a Diddy party with you
I'm
and
not
Angel.
trying
That's
to
what
have
it
a
sounds
Diddy
like.
Party? What?
Damn me, bro. I do not be bringing up the Diddy party shit, bro.
Welcome to the Cedric party.
But yeah, for the people who don't know, it was a couple seasons ago. Shai gave me a challenge and I was struggling, and then Nano and One Winged Angel legally boosted me to UC so I could do the challenge. And since then I have promised them a kiss on the lips whenever they wanted, but they still have
Legally.
have not taken my offer.
I would not be cashing that in, man.
Yeah,
you know?
bro. Yeah.
I would
Bro,
not be cashing.
Nano,
That's
Nano,
okay,
you
I'll
can
catch
say
it.
that you can say that now, but your DMs say something else, bro. Just so you know.
What?
Oh,
That's
expose them.
crazy.
Post the receipt. Post the receipt.
This is the Crashout Podcast. It's the perfect time to show this.
Man, you.
Like Nano a freak, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Damn.
Negative. Negative.
Let me find out.
There ain't nothing to find out. There ain't nothing to find out.
Damn, let me find out the Nano off.
Nah, man, come on, man. You know, nah, fucking Sam. You know, I'm working on someone right now, man. Come on.
Okay.
Man.
Man, I don't know, man. Sound like you working on Cedric and Nelisi, man.
Let me find out the 1v1s we wanted.
I'm for the woman, man. I'm for.
Well, best of luck, good sir. Best of luck.
Man, he's playing both sides like Dino.
No,
Damn.
Let me find out. No, Nano about to join the Lunar Thunders. Watch.
If only we weren't full.
Only.
But you guys started today, so with the same line.
Nah, man, I can't lead the homies, man. I gotta rep the team, man. I can't lead the homies, man.
Which homies are you referring to, Nano?
He said, homies over ho. Homies over ho.
Oh man, y'all stupid, man.
Our main captain, most experienced captain, MVP.
Very true.
He couldn't leave his team.
No, man. Of course, man. You know, I got too much too much sentimental value in my team, man. So I can't jump shit,
Stream
man. I
Sniper's
can't
up.
jump shit. Yes, sir. Stream Sniper's up, man.
Stream Sniper's
Yeah, I gotta make that. Ooh. I gotta get it going.
Oh man, but I guess
Question I want to ask you guys actually.
okay.
Now that I have you guys both here at the same time. So you guys were here originally, I guess I want to say season 1. In your opinion, who do you think was the best racer at the time?
Maxi.
At the beginning,
Maxi.
Yeah.
easily Maxi. It wasn't even close. It wasn't like, I'm gonna be honest. Like
He was
Silent
getting
came
UCs,
close at some point, but yeah,
League One.
yeah,
Next
yeah.
Ties and Quincy?
They were also very good, but
They
not
were
Maxi.
close.
Like
They were close.
like Maxi has been investigated multiple times for cheating because even Gameloft thought he was cheating, but yeah, because he was performing so well. But yeah, he just wasn't.
Damn. Even the developers thought he was cheating. It's crazy.
Yeah, like look, bro.
You gotta stop this man at all costs. Ban him now.
Oh man, didn't Maxi get like Mulan UC or something like that? Or
No,
was it?
I got Mulan UC. Excuse me. No.
Were you the?
Respect
No,
my
I know
name,
you did, but I'm saying, did he also get Mulan UC?
I mean, I'm sure he did. I wouldn't be
Yeah, but
surprised.
it's about when, like, he was getting UCs in the first month of the game, and you were only getting 1v1s at that point, at like MPR 31 and above. It was, and Diamond was actually a great achievement in
Yeah.
season 1. Well, that was
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why there was all of the diamond grinds. Like we getting it because it was hard to get the diamond. It used to be
It was.
like
indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because I looked at his account and it's not like he spends a lot, at least not to mine.
No, not at all. No, like
No.
he's just, yeah, I don't know. He's just some people think it's because of course Sofrao is also a very good player. Some people think in Germany you maybe have like slightly better bitrate and stuff like that. People are saying that, but yeah, he's just that fast. For some reason, he's just faster than anyone else.
And
Yeah,
the
he
day one
just-
keyboard player, and keyboard is massive.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's actually, yeah, I don't know how much quicker, but I think a few tenths at least, for sure.
That's what it seems like. Everyone keeps saying the same thing.
Even if it's
That
a
keyboard has the
couple
advantage.
frames.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I have switched to keyboard in season 5 or something, and I'm never looking back. I'm always, I only play controller for like dailies and stuff like that. But like when I'm playing a tournament, I think keyboard is just better. Everything is like just slightly faster. I feel like you don't have input lag, which you do on your controller. I feel like, at least. Because you don't need the like, in my opinion at least, you don't need the precise inputs a controller gives that a keyboard doesn't in this game, because most of the time you'll be just be steering all the way to the left or all the way to the right anyways. That's what I feel.
Okay. I mean, I forgot who told me, but somebody was explaining like the keyboard versus controller thing, and they said like, yes, I think it was Suffer. He said literally you can literally shave off 2 whole seconds in a time trial by switching the keyboard. 2 whole seconds.
I did test it. Yeah. Maybe it's just because I'm more used to it, but I do go faster when I'm playing. My titles are better on keyboard than on controller.
I guess like when you're I think so Thrallus was also saying like the whole like drift boosting or like chain drifting thing, it's like a couple frames faster when you like just swapping back and forth using the mouse and keyboard than on controller.
Yeah,
And I guess if you're taking in consideration, you're basically doing that the whole race. So if you add that up over time, it actually makes a pretty nice difference. So, keyboard.
He also did say that on keyboard you don't run into the problem of you drifting one direction and the game inputs it as something else.
Oh yeah, that fucks me
I
up.
get that a lot.
That fucks
too.
me up. Yep.
Yep. I hate that shit.
I'll give it to
Yeah,
you with keyboard players because I've tried playing the keyboard. I think somebody sabotaged me in my stream one day, having me play on keyboard, and I shit you not, I'm like, how the fuck do you guys drift on keyboard? Because when I do it, I'm over here turning all the
Honestly,
way to
it's
the
so
right.
hard.
Like,
this with all the things.
I tried it once. It's confusing at
Like-
times.
it just takes getting used to. Like when I made the switch, I used to play all my dailies on keyboard, and so that way I got slowly used to it. And
I might have
then
to do that.
and then like game mode spirit didn't matter, but it did matter, like ranked and everything. I just played the controller. But yeah, like I said, I am never switching back to controller. Like to me, keyboard feels way better.
I know Ferrari said he switched over as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that man, look at this man's time trials. Literally top 10 every
Exactly.
single time.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's improved.
bro, yeah, low key, like Ferrari is first, I'm fifth. You know, maybe something.
Yeah,
Maybe so.
keyboard might be the play.
Yeah.
I might have to do
Does Wolf
dailies
play on
on
keyboard?
keyboard.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because he's 2, 3, 4, 6.
Damn, man. Imagine if Wolf gets all the Brazilians to get hop on mouse for his
Man,
over.
I mean, he already has his girlfriend in time trials. He did say he was gonna get her up there. He said, "Give me a couple of months," and so it's been what, like 1 month?
Does Wolf play keyboard too?
I don't know.
No, I think
No,
he
I
plays
don't think
controller,
so.
right?
I think he plays controller.
If he plays controller, can you imagine how dangerous Wolf would be on keyboard?
Imagine the rest of his team on keyboard.
Oh man, yeah, that'd be dangerous.
Well,
Let's not
in
give them any
theory,
ideas.
in theory, he might, but like sometimes you just get so good at the tools that you have that you might end up being worse on keyboard if you've mastered the controller.
That's true, but I think it just takes time. Like, are you willing to,
Learn,
you know, kind
the
of go
controller.
down? Yeah, go down in order to, in the future, get to like a higher like ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
just
true,
depends
especially
on
like
what you want to do.
Yeah,
for shooting games. Like you can have fire aim on the controller, but if you master the mouse and keyboard, your aim will always be like the
More
ceiling of
precise.
potential. Yeah, more precise. Yeah.
That is
So-
true. That is true. And when I've tested it here and there, it's just I think when I start doing bad, I'm like, all right, I'm going back to my controller. So if I can get off of that mentality and be like, okay, I'm gonna suck. I gotta keep doing it to just learn exactly how to do the keyboard and mouse play. Like Cedric said, do the dailies. I could probably just practice doing dailies and shit. Off the
Exactly.
keyboard.
Like if you want to switch over, I would advise just doing all the offline gameplay with keyboard, because you're gonna have to do it anyways, and it doesn't matter what you do because you're gonna win, because you're one level higher than the AI, so it doesn't matter what you do.
That's true.
True.
That's true.
I will say
Advice.
this is a little off, but yes, Crossroads is coming out, but also there was another big gaming thing that came out today. Human Torch and The Thing came out on Marvel Rivals, so make sure y'all play that game and check them out. I've tried out both characters. I'm really liking The Thing. The Thing seems very strong. He can get into the back line, apply that pressure, give him that clobbering and shit.
It's clobbering
So-
time, man.
Yeah, he definitely seems like a top tier tank. And then the Human Torch seems okay. He doesn't seem OP, but he doesn't seem weak. He's one of those high skill characters. You're probably, where you have to aim to hit your shots. You have to lead a little bit. You have to strategize how to use this fire. But I feel like if you master him, he'll be good. As strong as Storm, I don't think so. But
Yeah, he's probably gonna be another reason why I keep banning Storm in high ranks.
yeah, because he just amplifies her. But so far, the characters are super fun, both of them. I like the play styles.
Is the Human Torch just DPS or?
He's a DPS and he flies,
okay.
so you can actually fly for like long periods of time. So yeah.
Okay.
So
I need to get back into it again. Been a while.
So
Yes,
who would you choose, the Thing or the Hulk, Caleb?
If I'm getting healing, The Thing. I think he's a little bit more fun. Like he has like a supercharged punch. He can jump. He can jump to teammates. He can run. He kind of, because I don't know if anybody, like some people play Overwatch, some people play Paladins. it seems like he's kind of reminds me of Rom, and Rom was like a demon that like would charge through people and do like 600 damage. But he kind of has it's like a combination of Hulk and Rom. So he's very for a big ass rock. That boy move. So yeah, I like him. So yeah, check him out. He's fun.
I got to try it out. I haven't hopped on since like I was on it yesterday, but I wasn't on when the new characters dropped, so I still gotta try them out. But I'm hearing good feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly,
man.
so I want to ask. Sorry, may I ask one more question?
Yes.
Mhm.
I wanted to know all of the divisions combined. So like Premier, Rival, Rising. What is your top 5 ranked teams?
Okay, I'll start. We'll premiere
At the end.
this year.
Yeah, this season.
Okay, this season. I said this year. My bad.
Just all teams combined. You mean, right? Seth?
Yes,
Top 5,
like all divisions.
all divisions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
five.
separate them by division, basically.
No, I think
No,
he means
I mean,
in
like,
I think
everyone in
he's
this
just
division
saying
now.
just-
Like of all
Yeah, just-
divisions, who's your top 5?
Yeah.
Oh, number 1 Dons. Number 2 Brazilians. Number 3 Lowland Thunders. Number 4 Stream Snipers. Number 5 I would say
That's
Space
the
Capital.
Crushers team.
Or
Oh
but
yeah. Well,
yeah,
oh,
Space
yeah, that's true.
Capital.
Wait, but then Space Capital left though.
yeah. But if we're just going off of season 2, I think the Premier Division. There are some strong teams in the Rival and Rising. I think the Premier Division, those teams were there because they were supposed to be there, and I think the way it's lining up is just how it is right now. Like I said, we pretty much got second place in season 1. We lost Dino. That did knock us down a little bit. We had close matches with Dino against the Brazilians and Lowland. So without Dino, they have the edge on us.
Well, when we
But-
went against Brazilians, we didn't have Dino.
Okay, yeah, we
Yeah,
didn't.
our
So we
OG
did
team.
beat them without Dino. We did beat them without Dino.
Okay.
But it's but the Brazilians have gotten strong. And like I said, even when we
They
were looking
did.
back at that Brazilian match, that was kind of a fluke because I did some magic stuff. Not magic. I did some mic stuff with the doors. And then on top of that,
that's not a fluke. I ain't gonna call that.
I was skilled. Let me quit underselling myself. But like it was close. It was close. Like everybody had to lock in.
Yeah,
So
it was just a tight match.
you ain't always gonna get those. So this season around, they just kind of they just
leveled
had
up. They
it.
got Hayes,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
They got Hayes,
So-
and they getting stronger. So
They
hats
they
off.
added their
They ain't
final
in the
Infinity
finals for no
Stone.
reason.
Yeah.
They ain't in the finals for no reason.
I do think Crusher's team can compete with Dark Side, Space Capital, and the Snipers. I think they can compete with all of those teams. But
I agree.
but yeah, this season I think the way the standings are is just how I feel. Maybe y'all feel different, but
Nah, you
Season will be
said
way
it. You said it
harder.
right. You said it. How I
Yeah, I would have said the same thing.
yeah.
Prediction for next season is almost impossible, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of new good teams, so it's kind of I don't know where I'd put certain people, especially based on how the new format is. I'm not really sure how it's gonna be, but I actually think that's a good thing because it's like, dang, it's like you don't know what's gonna happen, so it's like more to look forward to.
Yeah. Hey, Nano,
Yes, sir.
who would you say is the best player on Stream Snipers?
The best play, I would say it's Angel.
dang, that's crazy.
He
have-
said by 1 point. He don't think
I-
so.
Motherfucker, I got a motherfucking, my average score is kind of high.
Nah, it is like this ain't no.
Hold on.
It's not like discounting anybody on Stream Snipers. It's just I acknowledge. I feel like Angel's been putting in a lot of good work, man. And you have too,
Here-
Caleb.
Here's my argument. it comes to the brawlers. Brawlers is the tiebreaker. So just saying.
Look, I will say this. I think me and Caleb are equally in that aspect because me and him can be versatile in any class. So I really feel like me and Caleb are on even scales. And when we play together and we play good together, we're always like 1-2 comboing, either him in first or I'm in first.
Our points are kind of close too all the time too. I'd say we're pretty close. We're very, very close in skill. I will say that.
Oh yeah, it definitely.
Why to say you're decent, Caleb?
Huh? Sammy said I'm decent.
No, Departed said Caleb's decent.
Hey, appreciate that, Departed. Appreciate that. You know, it's hard to get a compliment out of Departed. So take it.
Okay.
True,
He said he alright. He alright. I ain't gonna say he good. He alright.
Oh shit, Toxic said he on the beta right now, man. Oh shit.
Oh, he's on right now. Is it live right now? Dude, we might have to end this damn stream.
You're gonna have to get
A 1v1 him? What the hell?
Man, he said he was lying. He said he trolling, bro.
I'm about to say, talk to him. Be cheating now. You get in early.
And this dude got the juice on SPEEDSTORM and Sonic, and it's not
I won't allow it. I will not allow it.
Oh man, that's funny, man. That's funny. I mean, yeah, man. It's nah, man. I enjoyed talking with y'all, man. Mr. Nalissi and Mr. Cedric, we appreciate you guys for taking the time out of y'all days to join us. You know,
Yeah, we talk
had a
about
great episode, man.
we talk about a lot of things you
Definitely.
created so much. So it was good to have you on and just have the people that we trying to give our credit to, I guess. So good to have you guys on.
Yes, sir.
definitely appreciate it.
Exactly.
And also the Friday evening time schedule was also very.
Yeah.
very
Thank you very
nice.
much for accommodating to us, and it's been an honor being here. Thank you very much for having us.
It was a fun talk. I laughed a lot today. But,
Yeah.
we had many things to discuss, and I hope a lot of things are now a lot clearer.
Of course.
Well, I
man,
will
of
say,
course.
I
gonna be-
definitely enjoyed having you guys on.
Yeah,
It was a pleasure.
good to get your perspective on a lot of different topics. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
sometimes we hear things and we're like, if only we were there and we can explain what's going on. So,
Yes,
but we got that chance.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, hey, look, man. You know, this don't gotta be the only time y'all come on, man. You know.
All right. Next week again, bro. Okay.
Well, you know, we you know, if y'all ever want to come on again, or maybe we'll hit y'all up again. You know,
Yeah.
we'll definitely
Next week again, bro.
Yeah.
Guys,
Come on.
like,
Yeah. I'll let you know when I want to come, man.
yes, sir.
Hey, yo, am I the only one that caught that?
I
I just ignore it. I'm used to this.
I just ignored it too. I didn't want to say. But nah,
You get
man,
used to it.
y'all are always welcome, man. Y'all are always welcome.
Appreciate it.
Likewise,
Definitely got to do it again, man.
Yeah.
But will you guys be playing Rivals? I mean, not Rivals, but will you guys be playing Crossworld at all? Or no, you ain't got a PS5.
I do not have a PS5 set.
Same.
But when it comes to PC, I will be getting it and playing it. My boy
hopefully.
Beat better be in there, bro.
I'm hoping there's gonna be one more beta that's gonna be like platform wide, that way everybody gets to try it. You know, and you can test the
That'd be
servers on
good.
all platforms. I don't know why. I think Sony might have paid for
I
the
don't-
exclusive beta rights for this one, but
Probably.
I think the
Probably,
next
yeah.
one that's an
Maybe.
open one might probably be, if they do an open one, but maybe platform wide.
I mean, they
Yeah.
did the same thing with Monster Hunter Wilds. Like the first open beta was just exclusive to Sony, and then the second one was for everybody else.
Yep. So if you guys do want to watch gameplay from somebody you at least know in the SpeedStorm community, that's a high level kart racer, I will be streaming it. right after the podcast. So if you want to watch, make sure you check out my channel. I'll be on that mug all night, all evening. So we're gonna go through everything. We're gonna go through.
How long
everything.
is it supposed to be? Is it only like a day?
Till like Sunday.
Oh, that's
Oh,
very short.
Oh, the whole weekend.
It's a weekend thing.
That's what she
Yeah.
said.
I'm also going to be streaming it too. Caleb, are you streaming this on Twitch or are you streaming this on YouTube?
I'm gonna do it on YouTube.
Damn it, motherfucker. I was going to raid out to you, but shit.
Ah, shit.
Well, that
Cause YouTube is gonna stay a video. I don't know.
You don't have your VOD saved on Twitch?
I guess but VODs only last a month or two.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't you just put your VODs on YouTube?
Yeah, you can
I
download
could.
your VODs on from Twitch and then just put them
Yeah,
on
but-
YouTube as well.
Yeah, but then it's gonna take 7 months or something.
No, that's not me. That's Sammy.
Hey, Caleb,
That's Sammy. That ain't me. I don't take that long to get my video out.
Caleb don't got
That's
to make it
because you don't have to edit, Caleb.
I do edit. You just gotta, and I'm not saying you don't know how to
bro.
edit, but pick up some tricks of the
You're
trade
lazy, bro.
for how to edit efficiently. You
Well,
gotta, that's what's skill.
Oh, shit. Fuck, Caleb. Can we team up on this beta? Or not?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. If we can, man, let's team up.
Yeah,
Fuck.
let's party up. Shit.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
Anybody else playing? If y'all want to team up, I mean, I'll be streaming as so is Caleb. So just jump in the channels and see if we can party up. So I know based from what I've seen in the screens, you could. It looks like you could.
Okay, I guess you got to see what options they got available first.
True.
Y'all gotta see the online with this off. Like, I'm sure they'll have online, but
Hopefully
I feel
it's
like
not
I'm
gonna be crashing.
Yeah. One thing I like doing with kart, like a new kart racer, whether it's a Mario Kart, whatever, I like to go through the tracks first and then do online. Once I know the tracks, not that I spend forever, but like go through the cups. I don't know if I'm gonna jump straight to online. I'm not sure. I might, we got to go over the characters and the carts and the cosmetics and all that shit. But no, since I'm going to be on this all evening, yeah, Angel, we're definitely going to party up if that's available. Because we got to show them Mario Kart, DreamWorks racing, the Garfield kart racing players how we get down on this side of town. So.
Yo, what if we get the Japanese racers though?
Hey, they might whoop our ass. That's the one competition we ain't got in SPEEDSTORM. It's the Japanese players, so they might show. Everybody talking about Maxi. There's some guy. We won't know. Probably like 10 times better than Maxi from Japan or something. But
talking about Japan, Hone actually asked me if he could join Divisions at some point.
yeah,
He was interested in joining. Yeah, he asked me if it would be a problem for him joining. I said no, but you're probably gonna be the only one in your time zone, bro. Like no one else is gonna be close to you.
Hone is probably gonna be having to play at the fucking 3 a.m. or some shit. So if he understands what he's getting into, then
Oh, Hone is Korean.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember at some
Now
point.
cancelled.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep extending this all the time, but at some point, Hone asked me to host one of his tournaments because he used to do it as well. That was a problem because Hone is like 6 hours ahead of me, and the biggest audience was America, who are 6 hours behind me. So I had to stream at like 4 a.m. my time, so everyone could join.
Time zone suck.
Dang, so it would definitely be tough for even Australia to join, man.
Australia would be kind of crazy as well.
Nougat
join, that would be.
Yeah, McNougat, you gotta show. Man, I feel like I can beat Caleb and Angel. So that's a shot against the stream sniper. You're gonna have to prove yourself. You're gonna get your Aussie team together, get the Kangaroo Jacks, and then line up across the track.
I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna cause a Crashout probably. I think you both of you would fucking annihilate make Nougat, bro. I'll be so honest.
He's streaming right now, guys. Watch out.
Nougat, come on, join divisions. We want you to get in the smoke.
Nah, I do think there's probably a lot of stuff Nougat would have to like experience in the competitive scene. But I actually think Nuga is a really good racer.
Yeah, he good. He's one of the top players for sure. He just
I
hasn't
agree, he's good.
competed.
He's just not as good as Caleb probably think.
I agree.
He ain't gonna like that. Hopefully that inspires him.
Then come to the competitive scene. Let's go.
Exactly. Prove me wrong, bro.
Team Australia, what?
Team down under.
Hey.
Time zone's
Yeah.
gonna be. I would not.
Yeah,
That time
Can
zone's
you
gonna be
imagine
nasty
trying to
word.
schedule
Minor
a
issue.
match?
Yikes.
Damn.
3 of
Because like when
Imagine
you
if you're
get
like
streamed,
on
it's
USA
like-
West Coast and you have to verse someone from Australia, bro. How do you even do that?
It'll be around this time because McNugget usually streams around this time. It's always nighttime for us. when
Yeah,
he
he is.
streams.
He is streaming right now, actually.
Yeah, indeed.
That's
So
crazy.
that means people have to have
1
a
a.m.
nighttime
for us.
division match. That's crazy.
The McNugget special. Yo, people hated me for that. This is probably why the Dons be coming after my ass. Cause in the World Cup, I was hitting they ass with the McNugget special.
Oh, snap. Shots fired.
Toxic know. Toxic know what I did. That shit was
We'll find
diabolical.
out, Toxic.
Oh man.
And Toxic said, talk that shit in the Sonic right now. That's crazy.
Okay, okay.
Oh, he wants the 1v1s
Okay,
online.
I'm with it. Hey, you can be Shadow, I'll be Sonic.
Yo, Toxic say he up on you in SPEEDSTORM. He trying to.
You ain't
double
up
back
on nobody.
he trying to be up
Gotta
there.
run the
Yo, he
score
trying
up
to take
on
over
Takeover.
your
I'm gonna
life,
show y'all
man.
how.
He trying to take your life over, bro.
Yeah, no. When you win the Mattel tournament, come talk to me, Toxic. All right.
Damn.
We get. Yeah.
I ain't even said nothing.
Look at man on
You thought about it.
instigating.
You thought about it. That's all. It's like, talk your shit in silent right now. It goes live in 5 minutes.
I actually do think
That's
it'll
what
be
he
pretty
said.
dope. I actually do pretty I think it'll be so dope. Like, I don't know how big the player base is gonna be, but I really think it'll be like dope just to see like all the top players in SPEEDSTORM go over to Sonic and like race each other in like the high ranks too. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Honestly, Nano, I think in terms of player base, like I think it's gonna surpass SPEEDSTORM, no
Oh,
problem.
easily, bro. It's only going to be close.
Hey man, that's low key like good because I feel like we're gonna be on it. It's gonna be content for us for sure, man. So I can't wait.
I think
Hopefully, we
the
get some
problem
good
with
people, man.
SPEEDSTORM is that the developers drop the ball almost at every corner. So it's almost like they're asking us to play other games.
Here's the thing.
Facts, man.
Here's the thing. I don't know what their plan is, but some companies know their game is only meant to last 1 year or 2 years, and then you see some of those companies come out with like, Racing 7, Racing 8, Racing 9. Because they're not planning on the game to last. I feel like this game is built to last, but yeah. What do y'all think? Do y'all think they're like, okay, we got 2 years for this game. Let's try to milk out as much money as we can within the 2 years, and then abandon it for something else?
There's
You
so
talking
many
about
characters
SPEEDSTORM?
that
I am.
I think a
Feels
better
over
question
years.
would be is when do you think this game kind of fell off a cliff?
Season 3. I'll be so honest, bro.
yes,
Damn.
since free to play, yeah,
Like,
and
I see.
also a bit since team mode. Well, after one season, team mode, because ranked is so.
I was
good,
gonna
nobody's
say
playing.
the Wreck-It Ralph season 7.
Katie said we're gonna be late for the
Why
launch if we don't
7?
shut the fuck up. Ah!
Don't worry, man. We in this, so man. We in this. But I mean, I guess technically, like, I mean, is there anything else y'all want to ask? And this is for both, I guess, the guests and the members of the podcast.
I think you guys need to go and
Yeah, I think you guys
another
need to
racing
go.
game.
Exactly. You guys gotta get
We've
gotta
done
get the
our part.
content, bro.
Right? Can't lock
Okay,
yourself in a queue of 2 hours or a server delay. Or other started problems the games may have. SPEEDSTORM 2.0.
Exactly.
There'd be so much people trying to play this beta that the servers shut down for the whole day.
Imagine, bro.
Yo,
Well,
can
That'd
you
be
imagine you
ass
try to log
backwards.
in and it says no, you can't log in?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would suck for you because you just bought a PS5 just to play this.
Damn.
crazy.
Well, return policy. Don't do the GameStop one. They'll give you $50 in a can of soda. Don't do that. Don't go to GameStop.
You heard it first, guys. The next Family Cup PS5 giveaway.
At that point, you might as well
That's
join the
crazy.
PC Master Race. I mean, the Sony ponies. Come on, join us.
What, so I can have a problem with not going live because Sony Network wants to go down.
Yeah, downgrade. Damn. He said, "I'm downgrade to play
People
this."
couldn't play Speedstorm on PlayStation, but I was on PC happily playing.
All
Speedstorm.
right, Mister. I have to wait a year to get PlayStation exclusives. All right.
And for what? So I can play Ratchet and Clank? Why I said that?
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, act like Spider-Man.
It's cold, man. Ratchet and Clank is cold, man.
Yeah, y'all gotta play Spider-Man on Marvel Rivals that you can't on your console, huh? Ooh,
And you know what's crazy?
ooh.
I had a PS4 and I played the first level of Spider-Man and then I just lost interest.
That was that Spider-Man 1? Spider-Man 2, you ain't gonna lose no fucking interest. That
He
motherfucker
lost
start you
interest
off
after
with the
Miles
Sandman.
Morales when he saw the wrong flag in the house.
No, I think
Yeah.
my thing is like single player games, unless they're RPGs, don't interest me like they used to. I think I'm more
Spider-Man.
competitive. So like I like online games. I like to be able to face people. So I guess like the single player stuff like kind of like just bores me if I'm not like competing with somebody.
Mhm.
That makes
That's how
sense.
some people are. But anyways, man. But I think I think everybody
Marlon
said they're
is the first player in the game.
Hey, it's live. I'm in.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Don't look for pro gameplay for me because I haven't played on a PlayStation controller in God knows how long. And I'm looking at this controller right now. This is the first time I fucked a PS5 controller, and I'm already like fucking like, damn, how the fuck I'm gonna race with this? I'm so used to the Xbox controller.
Hey, PlayStation 5 controller
Yeah,
is
man, the
lit.
Xbox controller is amazing ergonomics, man.
That's facts, man.
All right, well, I'm about to go live.
Well,
The motherfucker, the game is out.
Indeed.
have a great time.
Look, hope it's a
Do,
good game.
do, do, do.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to watch you guys play.
Yeah. If Beat is in there, play some games for me. If not, I will be very sad.
I mean, I guess but hey, man, we enjoyed having everybody. This episode, this was a special episode. With our hosts, man. It means a lot that Cedric Nel came through. They gave some great insight on their experience being a host. We're looking forward to future tournaments, and yeah, man, it's gonna be some more lit Speedstorm in the future, man. So we appreciate y'all.
And likewise, bro. Like I said, it's an honor being here, and you guys are very good at what you do. So
I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate that.
of course, bro.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Sonic, you in too? Let's go.
I guess Mr. Angel, man, you could
Sounds
take
like
it away,
Maxi's in there
brother.
too.
Hey, he gotta slow down.
He might be.
Yeah,
I
yo, you
wouldn't be
see
surprised.
Caleb reacted quick, like, wait, what, Maxi? What?
Yeah, he's scared. He is.
What's good? What's
scared of
good?
Maxi, bro.
Boogeyman.
Sun
Silky
Smile
Boogie Man.
Caleb is gonna be streaming it on the YouTube. Actually, no, somebody type that for Sun Smile. Sometimes
Yeah,
I forget
YouTube.
that I can't talk to Sun Smile, and I don't know if our closed captioning works or not.
Oh, that captions on this, nice.
Are you into the party? Let's go.
I thought the boogeyman be lurking. Uh-oh.
We got garage, custom gadgets, character machine,
I want to appreciate all you
customized
guys.
machine and gadget from the
that
sub
came through
menu.
the stream today, and I appreciate Mr. Cell, Mr.
Get the
Nel
grip,
on,
air tracks.
joining us on the podcast today. I appreciate every one of you guys that came through the stream today. We had a lot of legends in the chat today,
Oh, I wanted that.
and a lot of
Yes,
people
sir.
from the community. So I appreciate every one of you guys that always come through and
Yo, what's
shows
good,
out for
Stan?
us. Have a great rest of your day, weekend. If you guys want to watch Sonic, Caleb and me will be streaming that. Caleb is probably already streaming it now on YouTube, so you can tune in on YouTube. I'm gonna eat dinner first before I stream, so I might be a little bit, but I appreciate you guys. Have a great one. Hit the
Customize
bell
on your
if you want to know when
machine.
we go live. Hit the follow button on the Twitch side if you want to stay up to date when we go live. And on to the next one, guys. Peace.
All right. Yo, they ain't got no online play, so we just gotta what? We gotta.
It's the Crashout Podcast. Buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100 drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest game and beat. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout Podcast, the best one yet.